When Jesus had finished saying these things, crowds were amazed at his teaching, because he taught as one who had authority and not as their teachers of the law. When he came down from the mountainside, large crowds followed him.
Leprosy guy, right? This is where we ended up last time.
A man with leprosy came and knelt before him and said,
Lord, if you are willing, you can make me clean.
Hold on. Are there any historians?
Jesus reached out his hands and touched the man.
I am willing.
He said,
Be clean.
Immediately he was cured of his leprosy.
Any historians that can attest to what happened, what Jesus did? Any actual historians? Flavius Josephus. Yeah, he wrote like 2 sentences about him. Tacitus mentions the execution of Jesus under governance of Pontius Pilate during the reign of Emperor Tiberius. Tacitus is considered one of the more reliable Roman sources at that time. There's a brief mention of Jesus is generally accepted as authentic. A Roman governor and writer, Pliny wrote to Emperor Trajan, mentioning early Christians who worshipped Jesus as a god. Well, he doesn't describe Jesus' life. Okay, so nothing. Suetonius briefly mentions Christus, likely a misspelling of Christ, in a relation to disturbances in Rome caused by Jewish individuals in the 40s and 50s. This reference is often interpreted as an indication of the early presence of Christians, though it doesn't provide direct evidence about Jesus' actions. So, he has no body except the Bible. Okay, well, what about the people? What about the people that wrote the New Testament? Were they real? Real people? They're generally considered real historical figures. Paul, one of the most well-documented figures in early Christianity, Paul formerly Saul Tarsus, traditionally credited for writing 13 letters, epistles in the New Testament, including Romans, 1 Corinthians, Galatians, and other. Alright, let's go on. Let's try to figure out which ones are real and which ones is fake.
Then Jesus said to him,
See that you don't tell anyone, but go show yourself to the priest and offer the gift Moses commanded as a testimony to them.
When Jesus had entered Capernaum, a centurion came to him asking for help.
Lord,
He said,
my servant lies at home paralyzed and in terrible suffering.
Jesus said to him,
I will go and heal him.
the centurion replied,
Lord, I do not deserve for you to come under my roof. But just say the word and my servant will be healed. For I myself am a man under authority, with soldiers under me. I tell this one go and he goes, that one come and he comes. I tell my servant do this and he does it.
When Jesus heard this, he was astonished and said to those following him,
So Jesus is a nobody.
I tell you the truth.
The historians don't know him, the Jewish historians don't know him. It's only the Bible.
I have not found anyone in Israel with such great faith. I say to you that many will come from the east and the west, and will take their places at the feast with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. For the subjects of the kingdom will be thrown outside into the darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Then Jesus said to the centurion,
Go. It will be done just as you believed it would.
and his servant was healed at that very hour.
So my guess is all of this is a bullshit story. The entire Bible, the entire New Testament, is a bullshit story, propaganda story of how we can make Jesus into a godlike figure.
When Jesus came into Peter's house, he saw Peter's mother-in-law lying in bed with a fever. He touched her hand, and the fever left her, and she got up and began to wait on him.
Bullshit.
When evening came, many who were demon-possessed were brought to him, and he drove out the spirits with a word and healed all the sick.
Dude, there's gotta be more, like, historical records. Are there any witness testimonies about Jesus? Besides for the New Testament? There are no known. So how the fuck do I believe anything? Flavinium. Josephus, the most referenced antiquity of Jews. Josephus writes about Jesus in a passage that describes him as a wise man, a doer of miracle deeds, and a Messiah. That's bullshit. He did not believe in Christ. The passage also mentions Jesus was crucified. However, many scholars believe the passage was later modified by Christian scribes, as it reads more like a Christian testimony than an unusual historical account. James the Just. Who's James the Just? Oh, his brother. The brother of Jesus Christ in a separate passage, generally accepted as authentic and provides as indirect reference to Jesus through his brother's role in early Christianity. Okay, so through his brother's role in Christianity. What did Joseph... When did the Christians... When and how did the Christians edit Josephus's book? It's at least 93 BCE, right? Editing of Josephus's Antiquities by Jews is subject of scholarly debate. The most widely accepted view is that the passage was altered later by Christian scribes, though it is generally agreed that some core elements of the passage were likely written by Josephus himself. Written by himself, original passage commonly understood would have been a neutral statement about Jesus, possibly highlighting his role in the rise of Christian movements about necessarily affirming the divine nature of messiahship. For himself, he was a Jewish historian who worked for the Roman Empire, and he generally maintained a neutral, sometimes critical stance towards religious movements and figures. Yeah, when and how? Like, how do you edit a book that's been published? Yeah, I get it. Miracles and resurrection. But how did it happen? Occurred sometime during the 3rd or 4th century AD, when Christians had become more widespread and influential. The exact date of it is uncertain, but the process likely took place over time through the copying of manuscript by Christian scribes. Earliest surviving copies of Josephus's work, late from the 9th century, but appears in manuscripts well before this. It's believed that Christian scribes began altering these texts as early as the 3rd century when Christianity became more established. Wow. They got to him, bro. Surviving copies. The earliest surviving versions of antiquities are Jews that include long after supposed alterations. The Christianizing of the passage, however, likely took place through these copies. The core of the passage. So comparing the original text, they actually found edits. So we know they edited, yes, okay. They have compared the original texts and later manuscripts, and through this process they have found evidence of edits or alterations in the Testimonium Flavium, the passage about Jesus. These findings are based on differences between the earliest known copies. Okay, so they did edit it. It's propaganda.
This was to fulfill what was spoken through the prophet Isaiah. He took up our infirmities and carried our diseases.
Fucking propaganda, man.
When Jesus saw a crowd around him, he gave orders to cross to the other side of the lake. Then a teacher of the law came
Okay,
to him.
wait. How about historical records on people, on characters, have a detailed historical records on characters who are in the New Testament. Who were close to Jesus. Generally outside, Peter. Peter is one of Jesus' closest disciples and a central figure. He often cited external sources. The writings of early Christian authors such as Clement of Rome, Ignatius of Antioch, and they refer to Peter as a prominent leader in the early Christian church. Clement of Rome, in his letter 1 Clement circa 96, mentions Peter's martyrdom and his role in spreading Christianity. So, it's more about spreading Christianity. So they hijacked the God of Moses. They hijacked it.
him and said,
Teacher,
This is all planned.
I will follow you wherever you go.
Jesus replied,
This is
Foxes have
all
holes and
bullshit
birds of
that
the air
someone
have
wrote.
nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head.
And
Another
nobody
disciple
heard
said
about
to
this?
him,
Nobody told
Lord.
anyone about this?
First, let me go and bury my father.
but Jesus told him,
Follow me, and let the dead bury their own dead.
He's a prominent leader and mentions Peter's martyrdom and his role in spreading Catechus.
Then he got into the boat, and his disciples followed him.
Eusebius provides more detail about Peter's martyrdom and his role in the founding of the church in Rome. He's considered a reliable source for much of the early Christian history, although his attention with some earlier sources.
Without warning, a furious storm came up on the lake, so that the waves swept over the boat.
So this entire beginning, so this entire beginning part is about the miracles that he
The
performed.
disciples went and woke him, saying,
Lord, save us! We're going to drown!
He's gonna walk on water,
he
right?
replied,
You have little faith! Why are you so afraid?
Then he got up and rebuked the winds and the waves. And it was completely calm. and asked,
What kind of a man is this? Even the wind and the waves obey him.
That's so bad acting, man. John the Baptist? Who is this homeless motherfucker?
when he arrived at the other side in the region of the Gadarenes, 2 demon-possessed men coming from the tombs met him.
Demon-possessed.
They were so violent that no one could pass that way.
What do you want with us, Son of God?
They shouted.
Have you come here to torture us before the appointed time?
Some distance from them, a large herd of pigs was feeding. The demons begged Jesus.
If you drive us out, send us into the herd of pigs.
He said to them,
Go.
Okay, what? How relevant is Jesus Christ when it comes to Jewish history? Did he, do anything significant figure in Jewish history, but the relevance within that context? Okay, Jesus in Jewish historical context. He lived during the turbulent period in Jewish history and the Roman occupation in the 1st century CE. Judea was part of the Roman Empire, and there was significant political, social, and religious unrest. Jesus as a Jewish teacher. He's primarily known in Jewish history as a Jewish teacher who preached in Galilee and Judea. He was born, lived, and died as a Jew. His teachings were rooted in Jewish tradition, drawing from Jewish scriptures, especially the Torah. His messages about repentance, love, justice, and kingdom of God deeply connected to Jewish themes. His challenge to religious authorities. Criticism of Pharisees, particularly their interpretation of the Jewish law, is a notable aspect of historical relevance. Christianity would spread across the Roman Empire and beyond, leading to its own theological developments and influencing world history profoundly. In the Jewish context of early Christianity, early Christians, including Jesus' disciples, were Jewish. However, as Christianity developed, especially after the death of Jesus, it began to distinguish itself from Judaism. This distinction became especially pronounced after the destruction of the Second Temple, which caused a significant rift between Christians and Jews. The scriptures occurred outside of the framework of Judaism over time. Christianity became a predominantly Gentile religion, non-Jewish religion. Jewish response to Jesus varied. During his lifetime, his followers believed him to be the Messiah, but most Jewish leaders and the broader Jewish population did not accept him in the role. Then he's not it. Then he ain't it, man. If the Jewish leader says he's not it, then he's not it. You have to be accepted as the king of the place called Judaism, or Jerusalem. If you're not accepted there, you ain't it, man. The rejection of Jesus as Messiah and the subsequent prosecution of his followers mark a key point in the relationship between Judaism and Christianity. Jesus, as a Jewish religious thought, to be a future Jewish king, Messiah. In Judaism, the Messiah is expected to be a future Jewish king from David's line who will bring peace, rebuild the temple in Jerusalem, and gather all Jews back to the land of Israel. He rebuilt the temple in Jerusalem and gathered all Jews back to the land of Israel. Jews generally do not accept Jesus as the Messiah because they believe the prophecies of the Messiah, such as world peace and rebuilding the temple, were not fulfilled during his lifetime. Theological difference is one of the most significant reasons why Jewish and Christians have different views on Jesus. Yeah, you gotta rebuild the temple.
So they came out and went into the pigs, and the whole herd rushed down the steep bank into the lake and died in the water.
Wait a minute. But it was destroyed in 70 CE. So the Jewish temple was still there during the time of Jesus. right? It wasn't destroyed yet. So, like, the Jewish temple in here is not destroyed yet. So technically,
Those 10 demons ran off into the town and reported all this, including what had happened to the demon-possessed men. Then the whole town went out to meet Jesus.
the structure of the
And when
story
they saw
tells me
him,
that it's
They
fake.
pleaded with him to leave their region. Jesus stepped into a boat, crossed over, and came to his own town.
Like, usually, you don't just put a bunch of miracles after miracles in a story. Like you build up to it, and then a miracle happens, and then it never happens again. Like, and miracles happen like once a book, right? Like, the structure is
Some men
telling me
brought to
that
him
this
a paralytic
is fake.
lying on a mat.
You can tell when a book is fiction or non-fiction just by the structure of it.
When Jesus saw their faith, he said to the paralytic.
Take heart, son, your sins are forgiven.
At this, some of the teachers of the law said to themselves,
This fellow's blaspheming.
knowing their thoughts, Jesus said,
Why do you entertain evil thoughts in your hearts?
What do you mean evil?
Which is easier to say? Your
That's
sins are
how-
forgiven, or to say get up and walk?
But so that you may know that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins.
Then he said to the paralytic,
Get up.
Nah, man. This is not how the miracles work. That's not how miracles are supposed to work. That ain't it, man.
Take your mat and go home.
and the man got up and went home.
And just the
When the
dialogue.
crowd saw this, they were filled with awe, and they
Look,
praised
the
God who had
dialogue
given
is so
such authority
elementary.
to men.
Right? They're like, Jesus is a one-dimensional character. Like, he's just doing this for just doing it. And he calls himself God. It's obviously propaganda.
As Jesus went on from there, he saw a man named Matthew sitting at the tax collector's booth. Follow me, he told them.
And they're just gonna go along with it?
And Matthew got up and followed him.
I want to see how they look like. Paintings of Jews in Roman Empire. This you, bro? History of Jews in the Roman Empire. Did that you, bro? Jews, Christians, Roman Empire. Yep, that's them. Kind of homeless looking.
While Jesus was having dinner at Matthew's house, many tax collectors and sinners came and ate with him and his disciples.
Matthews.
When the Pharisees saw this, they asked his disciples.
Why does your teacher eat with tax collectors and sinners?
On hearing this, Jesus said,
It is not the healthy who need a doctor, but the sick. But go and learn what this means. I desire mercy, not sacrifice. For I have not come to call the righteous, but sinners.
Then John's disciples came and asked him,
How is it that we and the Pharisees fast, but your disciples do not fast?
Jesus answered,
How can the guests of the bridegroom mourn while he is with them? The time will come when the bridegroom will be taken from them. Then they will fast.
Fraud.
No one sews a patch of unshrunk cloth on an old garment. For the patch will pull away from the garment, making the tear worse.
When Jesus comes
Neither
in, it's
do
like a complete
Men
reset in
pour
the story.
new wine
Like, it doesn't
into
feel
old
like
wineskins. If they do, the skins will
like the
burst and the
history
wine will
of
run
the
out and the
Jews.
wineskins will be ruined. No.
It feels like a
They
story
pour
of
new
Jesus.
wine into new wineskins. And both are preserved.
While
I'm
they
already
were saying
hating.
this, a ruler came and knelt
I
before
shouldn't
him
hate
and
at
said,
this early point.
My daughter has just died. Come and put your hand on her and she will live.
Jesus got up and went with him, and so did his disciples. Just then, a woman who had been subject to bleeding for 12 years came up behind him and touched the edge of his cloak. She said to herself, "If I only touch his cloak, I will be healed." Jesus turned and saw her.
Take heart, daughter.
He said,
Your faith has healed you.
I ain't buying it. Anybody? Any eyewitnesses? Anybody? Nobody. Any witnesses to Jesus's miracles besides the Bible? Anybody? Just, there are no direct historical records or external. Did any historical records of things Jesus said to the Romans that are not in the Bible? Nothing. Nothing. In the Gospels, particularly in the account of Jesus' trial before Pontius Pilate, we see record of dialogue between Jesus and Roman authorities. Some key exchanges include Pilate's question, "Are you the king of Jews?" Jesus' response. Jesus responds in a way that can be interpreted as non-definitive or ambiguous. "You have said so," or "My kingdom is not of this world." These responses suggest Jesus is not directly claiming to be a political king in a Roman sense, but his answer is not explicitly rejecting the idea either. Pilate's attempt to release Jesus. This is in Luke and John. Pilate repeatedly tries to release Jesus, finding no fault in him, but he is pressured by the crowd and Jewish authorities. In the Gospel of John, Pilate famously asks, what is truth? After questioning Jesus, Jesus is silent before Pilate. At times, Jesus remains silent when questioned by Pilate, which is interpreted as a way of fulfilling prophecy or as sign of submission to the will of God. Jesus' dialogue with Roman soldiers. In the Gospels, Roman soldiers mock Jesus, but there is little direct conversation record between them and Jesus. In Matthew, soldiers ridiculed Jesus, crown him with thorns, and strike him. However, Jesus is not engaged in a dialogue with soldiers. These actions are part of the narrative of his suffering. External Roman and Jewish records outside of the Gospel. There's no surviving Roman or Jewish record documenting the words or actions. Nothing. Roman historian Tacitus briefly mentioned Jesus and his execution, but Tacitus does not provide any direct quotes or interactions. His account focuses on the fact of Jesus' crucifixion and the persecution of early Christians, but it does not delve into any specifics about Jesus' word to Pilate or Roman authorities. Really? So I'm basing this off of nothing.
And the woman was healed from that moment. When Jesus entered the ruler's house and saw the flute players and the noisy crowd, he said, "Go away. The girl is not dead, but asleep." But they laughed at him. After the crowd had been put outside, he went in and took the girl by the hand,
Yeah, I'm having a hard time believing this guy.
and she got up. News of this spread through all that region. As Jesus went on from there, 2 blind men followed him, calling out,
Have mercy on us, son of David.
Son of... But nobody says that. Nobody fucking says, "Oh, have mercy on us, son of David."
When he had gone indoors, the blind men came to him, and he asked them.
Do you believe that I am able to do this?
Yes, Lord.
They replied. Then he touched their eyes and said,
According to your faith will it be done to you.
and their sight was restored. Jesus warned them sternly,
See that no one knows about this.
This is so one-dimensional. This is one-dimensional storytelling. That's how you know it's fucking fake.
but they went out and spread the news about him all over that region.
Okay, so where's that spread?
While they were going
You
out,
know how
a man who
you know
was
how I know that's bullshit?
demon-possessed and could
Because
not
there's no
talk,
fucking historical records. They said, you said what?
all over that region.
But they went out and spread the news all over that region. Bull fucking shit. There's no records. There's no fucking records. So I know it's bullshit.
While they were going out, a man who was demon-possessed and could not talk was brought to Jesus. And when the demon was driven out, the man who had been mute
All right. Here's what would have happened. If you went out and spread the news about this God who could do miracles, the priests would have come to you. That's what would have happened.
spoke. The crowd was amazed and said, "Nothing like this has ever been seen in
The
Israel."
next thing that should happen is a priest comes to Jesus.
But the Pharisees said, "It is by the prince of demons that he drives out demons."
Okay, so I can't trust Josephus. What else? It mentions Jesus in Annals. That refers to Jesus as the Christus. Makes 2 references to Jesus in his work, Antiquities of Jews, when it mentions the crucifixion of Jesus, and the other refers to James, brother of Jesus, who's called Christ. Okay. Tacitus. What does Tacitus say about Jesus? His work annals from history with reference to Jesus has been often cited one of the most important non-Christian references to Jesus in ancient texts. Here's a relevant passage. They were fastened to kill of iron and inflicted most executive tortures, and a class hated for their abominations, called Christians by the populace. Translation? What the fuck does that mean? Thanks, man. Christus, from whom the name had its origins, suffered extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius. At the hand of the Proconsulate Pontius Pilate, and the most mischievous superstition, thus checked for a moment, again broke out not only in Judea, the first source of the evil, but even in Rome, where all things hideous. So that's the only passage about Jesus. The Great Fire of Rome. Had enough sleep? Not a lot. But I just started streaming.
Jesus went through all the towns and villages, teaching
Feeling good?
in their
A little bit.
synagogues, preaching the good news of the kingdom, and healing
I'm just gonna
every
finish this movie
disease
today.
and sickness.
It's like 4 hours long.
When he saw the crowds, he had compassion on them, because they were harassed and helpless, like sheep without a shepherd. Then he said to his disciples,
The harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few. Ask the Lord of the harvest, therefore, to send out workers into his harvest field.
Like, I'm trying to find any reference to Jesus Christ. And it's like, this is the only thing we have. This and another sentence from another book. As a mischievous superstition that originated in Judea and spread to Rome. It reflects his view on Christianity as an odd and dangerous sect, which he considered a threat to the Roman social order. So the most likely scenario is that Jesus was a fraud. The existence of independent, non-Christian attestation of several key facts from the Gospels. Execution by crucifixion under Pontius Pilate during the reign of Emperor Tiberius. Wait a minute. Roman emperors. Give me. Should be like right after Augustus, right? Tiberius, the second dude. What years? Reign from 14 to 37?
He called his 12 disciples to him and gave them authority to drive out evil spirits and to heal every disease and sickness. These are the names of the 12 apostles. First, Simon, who is called Peter, and his brother Andrew, James, son of Zebedee, and his brother John, Philip and Bartholomew,
Isn't this 5 mil? It's by Jesus Films. There's 600 videos of this. Right? That's the Romans.
Tell us, is it against our law for us to pay taxes to the Roman Emperor or not?
Show me a silver coin.
Jesus, speak to us.
Whose face and name are these on it?
Caesar!
Then give to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's.
It's like an anime. Okay, that's kind of lazy. 2011. Who is he? Nope, that's a priest. Well, it's not that brutal.
Crucify him!
Yes, crucify him!
I want to see this part. I want to see this part in this movie. Hold up. Let me see. Crucifixion in the Roman Empire. Did it really look like that? In the Roman Empire, crucifixion was a brutal form of public execution, primarily used as punishment for slaves, criminals, or lower classes and foreigners, where the victim was nailed to a cross and left to slowly die, often from asphyxiation, serving as a humiliating public spectacle to deter others from defying Roman authority. This practice was eventually abolished by Emperor Constantine in the 4th century due to conversion to Christianity. Okay, so this is how they actually did it, which is similar.
Why do you torment him so?
Leave him! He is the Messiah!
He has done nothing wrong!
What is that thorn on his head, though? Like, I've seen it before, but I never knew why he wore that. Wait a minute, one more thing. In the Roman Empire, did people survive crucifixion? It was an extremely brutal and often lethal form of execution used by Roman Empire. The process was designed not to only kill the condemned, but also cause immense pain and suffering and serve as a public spectacle and deter others from committing crimes. Did people survive? While crucifixion was typically fatal, there were some rare instances where people might have survived it, but survival was unusual and typically due to factors that mitigated the severity of the execution. Exposure to the elements, shock, and organ failure. Why survival was rare, prolonged process. The nature of crucifixion made survival extremely unlikely. The vast majority of those who were crucified did not survive. The process was designed to be slow and agonizing death. Ancient sources describe how some victims could hang on the cross for days, but ultimately died to the brutal conditions and their physical injuries. Instances of survival, while rare, there are few instances in history where individuals may have survived crucifixion. Medical factors. Cause fatal damage. If the person received medical attention soon after crucifixion, or if crucifixion was cut short for some reason. survival stories. There are some accounts of antiquities where individuals were said to have survived crucifixion, but these are exceptions, and not the norm. In some instances, it was claimed that individuals were taken down from the cross before dying and could have allowed them to survive if they were still alive but severely weakened. Jesus of Nazareth, according to the New Testament, died on the cross after a relatively short period. It's several hours, man. Some scholars and medical experts have speculated that Jesus might have been physically weakened or dehydrated before crucifixion, which could have contributed to his quick death. In any case, his survival would have been highly unusual. The case of the first century Jewish revolutionary. In some historical records, there are stories of individuals who survived crucifixion due to medical intervention because they were taken down prematurely. These stories are limited and not well documented. Wait a minute. They said Jesus was hanged for several hours. So, how long does it take to kill someone? For someone to die from it. The time it takes for someone to die, few hours to several days. Typically 6 to 12 hours. Most victims of crucifixion would die within 12 to 6 to 12 hours of being nailed or tied to some cross because Christians cause severe blood loss, shock to extreme pain, asphyxiation. Okay. So if Jesus survived after a few hours, that's like no shit, right? Of course he would have survived if it ended early.
This is no ordinary mystic's garment.
Here,
The
let
blue
go.
shirt.
No, don't tear it. I tell you what.
It might be a different one.
Let's
Let me
play
see.
for this.
This is the only blue shirt I have.
Get on with it.
Yeah. So it's probably the same one. Right? How often were people crucified? It was a common method of execution used by Roman Empire, but if now it was a common method for serious crimes like rebellion, treason, murder, slavery, serious theft. Frequency. Not every execution was crucifixion. While some crucifixion was infamous for its brutal nature, it was not the most common form of execution. They might face beheading, burning, or beastly punishment. Fuck, man. Thrown into the lions. Widespread in the provinces. What's most common in Roman provinces and frontier regions like Judea. That's where this is happening. This is happening in Judea, Gaul, and North Africa, where there were frequent uprisings, slave revolts, and unrest. Ouch, man. Now that's kind of gory.
Forgive them, Father, for they don't know what they're doing.
Show us one of your miracles.
Save yourself if you are the king of the Jews.
He has saved others. Let him save himself.
Aren't you the Messiah? Save yourself.
They got the 12 stones.
And us. Don't you fear God? We received the same sentence he did, but he has done no wrong. Remember me, Jesus. When you come as king.
I promise you. Today you will be in paradise. With me.
If he was the Messiah, he would have become king.
Father, into your hands I commit my spirit.
How does that kill you, though? Oh. White stuff. He's not dead yet?
I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me, even though he dies, he will live.
What is that thing around his head?
Thomas and Matthew, the tax collector.
Yes, according to the New Testament, Jesus was made to... No. What? When Rome was crucifying people, did they make them wear thorns on their heads? The practice of placing thorns condemned was not a standard part of Roman crucifixion. However, specific examples of how that we know of this is from the crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth, which is described in the Christian Gospels. According to these accounts, Roman soldiers mocked Jesus by placing a crown of thorns on his head, symbolizing the mockery of his claim to be king of Jews. This act was part of a torture humiliation he endured before he was being crucified. So, while it wasn't a Roman practice, it was part of the specific narrative surrounding Jesus' crucifixion. Any documents from historical records that he wore it? There's no direct historical documents outside of the Christian Gospel. Alright, so it's pointless.
James, son of Alphaeus, and Thaddeus. Simon the Zealot, and Judas Iscariot, who betrayed him. These 12 Jesus sent out with the following instructions.
Do not go among the Gentiles, or enter any town of the Samaritans. Go rather to the lost sheep of Israel. As you go, preach this message. The kingdom of heaven is near.
Heal the sick, raise the dead, cleanse those who have leprosy, drive out demons. Freely you have received, freely give. Do not take along any gold or silver or copper in your belts.
I'm still having a
Take
hard
no
time
bag for
believing
your
this
journey,
guy.
or extra tunic, or sandals, or a staff, for the worker is worth his keep. Whatever town or village you enter, search for some worthy person there, and stay at his house until you leave. As you enter the home, give it your greeting. If the home is deserving, let your peace rest on it. If it is not, let your peace return to you. If anyone will not welcome you or listen to your words, shake the dust off your feet when you leave that home or town. I tell you the truth, it will be more bearable for Sodom and Gomorrah on the day of judgment than for that town. I am sending you out like sheep among wolves. Therefore be as shrewd as snakes and as innocent as doves. Be on your guard against men. They will hand you over to the local councils and flog you in their synagogues. On my account, you will be brought before governors and kings as witnesses to them and to the Gentiles. But when they arrest you, do not worry about what to say or how to say it. At that time, you will be given what to say. For it will not be you speaking, but the Spirit of your Father speaking through you. Brother will betray brother to death, and a father his child. Children will rebel against their parents and have them put to death. All men will hate you because of me. But he who stands firm to the end will be saved. When you are persecuted in one place, flee to another. I tell you the truth, you will not finish going through the cities of Israel before the Son of Man comes. A student is not above his teacher, nor a servant above his master. It is enough for the student to be like his teacher, and the servant like his master. If the head of the house has been called Beelzebub, how much more the members of his household? So do not be afraid of them. There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. What I tell you in the dark, speak in the daylight. What is whispered in your ear, proclaim from the roofs. Do not be afraid of those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Rather, be afraid of the one who can destroy both soul and body in hell. Are not 2 sparrows sold for a penny? Yet not one of them will fall to the ground apart from the will of your Father, and even the very hairs of your head are all numbered. So don't be afraid. You are worth more than many sparrows. Whoever acknowledges me before men, I will also acknowledge him before my Father in heaven. But whoever disowns me before men, I will disown him before my Father in heaven.
Do not suppose that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to turn a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies will be the members of his own household. Anyone who loves his father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Anyone who loves his son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And anyone who does not take his cross and follow me is not worthy of me. Whoever finds his life will lose it. And whoever loses his life for my sake will find it.
What year is it? Read the Gospel according to Matthew. '93. 1993. Who's this director? IMDb. 8.0 is pretty good.
He who receives you receives me. And he who receives me receives the one who sent me.
And it's just reading the Bible, really.
Anyone who
and they're
receives a
acting it out.
prophet because he is a prophet will receive a prophet's reward. And anyone who receives a righteous man because he is a righteous man will receive a righteous man's reward. And if anyone gives even a cup of cold water to one of these little ones because he is my disciple, I tell you the truth, he will certainly not lose his reward.
No, it's a full cover. They're literally reading the whole thing. So like actually word for word. When Jesus finished preaching, the disciples went on there and teach and preach in their cities. There's apostles too. Man, I should have watched that one. Wait, no, this is in the New Testament.
After Jesus had finished instructing his 12 disciples, he went on from there to teach and preach in the towns of Galilee. When John heard in prison what Christ was doing, he sent his disciples to ask him,
Are you the one who was to come? Or should we expect someone else?
Jesus replied,
Go back and report to John what you hear and see. The blind receive sight, the lame walk, those who have leprosy are cured, the deaf hear, the dead are raised, and the good news is preached to the poor. Blessed is the man who does not fall away on account of me.
As John's disciples were leaving, Jesus began to speak to the crowd about John.
What did you go out into the desert to see? A reed swayed by the wind? If not, what did you go out to see? A man dressed in fine clothes?
Wait a minute, how common were crucifixions in Judea? How many? A form of Roman execution that was in various parts of the empire, including Judea. It was not an everyday punishment, but rather one reserved for most severe criminals, typically slaves, rebels, pirates, those convicted serious felons. Frequency. While it's difficult to pinpoint exact numbers, here's key factors to help estimate it. During the reign of Pontius Pilate. Yeah, this is the guy who sentenced him, right? As the governor of Judea, Pilate was responsible for maintaining order. But like how many though? Josephus, Jewish historian, some of the most detailed accounts of crucifixion during the Roman suppression of Jewish revolts. He mentions that after the fall of Jerusalem, Roman crucified many of the rebels and prisoners, using it as a psychological tool to break the resistance of the Jewish people. So he used it a lot.
Those who wear fine clothes are in kings' palaces. Then what did you go out to see? A prophet? Yes. I tell you, and more than a prophet. This is the one about whom it is written, I will send my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way before you. I tell you the truth. Among those born of women there has not risen anyone greater than John the Baptist. Yet he who is least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. From the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven has been forcefully advancing, and forceful men lay hold of it. For all the prophets and the law prophesied until John. And if you are willing to accept it, he is the Elijah who was to come. He who has ears, let him hear. To what can I compare this generation? They are like little children, sitting in the marketplaces, calling out to others, we played the flute for you, and you did not dance. We sang a dirge, and you did not mourn.
For John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say, he has a demon. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, here is a glutton and a drunkard, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. But wisdom is proved right by her actions.
Then Jesus began to denounce the cities in which most of his miracles had been performed, because they did not repent.
Woe to you, Chorazin! Woe to you, Bethsaida!
If the miracles that were performed in you had been performed in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. But I tell you, it will be more bearable for Tyre and Sidon on the day of judgment than for you. And you, Capernaum, will you be lifted up to the skies? No. You will go down to the depths. If the miracles that were performed in you had been performed in Sodom, it would have remained to this day. But I tell you, it will be more bearable for Sodom on the day of judgment than for you.
My thoughts on aliens? I don't think they exist.
At that time, Jesus said,
I think it's like religion for
I
scientists.
praise you, Father.
Like, you know how most people
Lord
need a
of heaven
god?
and earth.
Well, scientists need something to look forward to too. So
As
they
you've hidden
believe in
these things
aliens.
from the wise and learned,
And revealed them to little children. Yes, Father, for this was your good pleasure. All things have been committed to me by my Father. No one knows the Son except the Father, and no one knows the Father except the Son, and those to whom the Son chooses to reveal him.
You talking about God or Joseph? Probably Joseph, right?
Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, and learn from me. For I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light.
At that time, Jesus went through the grain fields on the Sabbath. His disciples were hungry and began to pick some heads of grain and eat them.
All right, enough with the miracles.
When the Pharisees saw this, they said to him, "Look, your disciples are doing what is unlawful on the Sabbath." He answered, "Haven't you read what David did when he and his companions were hungry? He entered the house of God, and he and his companions ate the consecrated bread, which was not lawful for them to do, but only for the priests."
Or haven't you read in the law that on the Sabbath, the priests in the temple desecrate the day and yet are innocent? I tell you that one greater than the temple is here. If you had known what these words mean, I desire mercy not sacrifice. You would not have condemned the innocent. For the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath.
Going on from that place, he went into their synagogue, and a man with a shriveled hand was there. Looking for a reason to accuse Jesus, they asked him,
Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath?
Any life form? Like cells? Well, you gotta find water first, right?
He said to them,
If any of you has a sheep, and it falls into a pit on the Sabbath, will you not take hold of it and lift it out? How much more valuable is a man than a sheep?
Discovery of the clue to mankind's origins on Earth.
Therefore it is lawful to do good on the
Documentary
Sabbath.
movie.
Then he said to the man,
Film.
Stretch out your hand.
So he
It's
stretched
a
it
movie.
out, and it was completely restored, just as sound as the other. But the Pharisees went out and plotted how they might kill Jesus.
Oh, I'm not sure. I guess I'm agonistic to that too.
Aware of this, Jesus withdrew from that place. Many followed him, and he healed all their sick, warning them not to tell who he was.
This was to fulfill what was spoken through the prophet Isaiah. Here is my servant, whom I have chosen, the one I love, in whom I delight. I will put my spirit on him, and he will proclaim justice to the nations. He will not quarrel or cry out. No one will hear his voice in the streets.
Like Ridley Scott?
A bruised
Oh,
reed
shit.
he will not
Ridley
break,
Scott.
and a smoldering wick he will not snuff out, till he leads justice to victory. In his name, nations will put their hope.
The gladiator
Then they
guy.
brought him a demon-possessed man who was blind and mute.
I wanna watch the gladiators, man.
And Jesus healed him, so that he could both
I have
talk
so much
and
interest
see.
in the Roman Empire.
All the people were astonished and said, "Could this be the son of David?" But when the Pharisees heard this, they said,
It's only by Beelzebub, the prince of demons,
The Alien franchise. But that's the thing, I don't really like
that
sci-fi.
this fellow drives out demons.
Jesus knew their thoughts and said to them,
Every kingdom divided against itself will be ruined. And every city or household divided against itself will not stand. If Satan drives out Satan, he is divided against himself. How then can his kingdom stand? And if I
Did you
drive
just
out
say
demons
Satan?
by Beelzebub,
Is this the first time he used Satan? When is the first time Satan is mentioned in the Bible? First mentioned in the book of Jobs. Book of Jobs. Is it the only time it's mentioned? In the Old Testament? I swear to God, it happened once. It's not the only time. It was the first mention of him. Chronicles. Satan incites David to take census of Israel. Seen as sinful. Now Satan stood up against Israel. So they mentioned Satan twice in the Old Testament. Nope, never mind. 3. Jobs, Zechariah, and Chronicles. They mentioned Satan 3 times So not a lot. His role in Old Testament is not fully developed as in later texts. He is mostly an adversarial figure involved in divine test and accusation rather than embodiment of evil we recognize today.
Beelzebub. By whom do your people drive them out? So then they will be your judges. But if I drive out demons by the Spirit of God, then the kingdom of God has come upon you. Or again, how can anyone enter a strong man's house and carry off his possessions unless he first ties up the strong man? Then he can rob his house. He who is not with me is against me. And he who does not gather with me scatters. And so I tell you, every sin and blasphemy will be forgiven men, but the blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven. Anyone who speaks a word against the Son of Man will be...
In the Old Testament, when did they mention that people would go to heaven? I don't think he mentioned it a lot. There's no clear or direct mention of people going to heaven in the way that is commonly understood in Christian theology. So people don't go to heaven at all in the Old Testament, in the original Tanakh. So he just made that shit up.
Forgiven, but anyone who speaks against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven, either in this age or in the age to come.
People aren't supposed to go to heaven.
Make a tree good, and its fruit will be good. Or make a tree bad, and its fruit will be bad.
All of a sudden we got
tree is
Satans and people
recognized by
going
its
to
fruit.
heaven. This is a completely different God. Where does come? What about before Judaism? What was the point of heaven? Before the development age Mesopotamian religions, in Mesopotamian cultures, which included Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians, which is when Judaism began to spread, is closely associated with the realm of gods. Heaven was thought of as the divine dwelling place. Alien Romulus. Cool. Heaven was thought of as a divine dwelling place and often depicted as being located above earth. Gods who reside in heaven had power over the natural world and were responsible for the well-being of human society. So heaven would be like Black Myth Wukong sky. There's the Alien Romulus. Alien Empire. So this would be heaven. Yeah, people aren't supposed to go to heaven.
You brood of vipers.
Alien Requiem.
How can you
and
who
then
are evil say
Prometheus.
anything good? Out of the overflow of the
That's
heart,
like a whole
the mouth
season of
speaks.
anime.
The good man brings good things out of the good stored up in him, and the evil man brings evil things out of the evil stored up in him. But I tell you that men will have to give account on the day of judgment for every careless word they have spoken. For by your words you will be acquitted, and by your words you will be condemned.
Then some of the Pharisees and teachers of the law said to him,
Teacher, we want to see a miraculous sign from you.
He answered,
A wicked and adulterous generation asks for a miraculous sign, but none will be given it, except the sign of the prophet Jonah. For as
like a
Jonah
whole
was 3
series.
days and 3 nights in the belly of a huge fish,
It's like
so
an
the Son
Alien
of Man will
series.
be
It's
3
like a whole
days and
franchise.
3 nights in the heart of the earth. The men of Nineveh will stand up at the judgment with this generation and condemn it, for they repented at the preaching of Jonah. And now one greater than Jonah is here. The Queen of the South will rise at the judgment with this generation and condemn it. For she came from the ends of the earth to listen to Solomon's wisdom. And now one greater than Solomon is here. When an evil spirit comes out of a man, it goes through arid places seeking rest and does not find it. Then it says, I will return to the house I left. When it arrives, it finds the house unoccupied, swept clean, and put in order. Then it goes and takes with it 7 other spirits more wicked than itself. And they go in and live there. And the final condition of that man is worse than the first. That is how it will be with this wicked generation.
While Jesus was still talking to the crowd, his mother and brothers stood outside, wanting to speak to him. Someone told him,
Your mother and brothers are standing outside, wanting to speak to you.
He replied to him,
Who is my mother and who are my brothers?
Pointing to his disciples, he said,
Here are my mother and my brothers. For whoever does the will of my Father in heaven is my brother and sister and mother.
That same day, Jesus went out of the house and sat by the lake. Such large crowds gathered round him that he got into a boat and sat in it, while all the people stood on the shore. Then he told them many things in parables, saying,
A farmer went out to sow his seed. As he was scattering the seed, some fell along the path, and the birds came and ate it up. Some fell on rocky places, where it did not have much soil. It sprang up quickly, because the soil was shallow. But when the sun came up, the plants were scorched and they withered.
Favorite
because they
Indiana
had no
Jones movie?
root.
I've never seen one movie.
Other seed fell among thorns, which grew up and choked the plants. Still other seed fell on good soil,
Aren't they remaking it? Or
where
there
it
should be a game
produced a
coming out,
crop
right?
100, 60, or 30 times what was sown. He who has ears, let him hear.
Game? The game came out.
The disciples came to him and asked.
Why do you speak to the people in parables?
He replied,
The knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of heaven
I've
has
never
been
seen
given
any
to you, but not
Indiana
to
Jones
them.
movies.
Whoever has will be given more, and he will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what he has will be taken from him. This is why I speak to them in parables. Though seeing,
Xbox,
they do not see.
Though hearing, they do not hear or understand. In them is fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah.
Oh, no, there's so many things to play and watch.
You will be ever hearing, but never understanding. You will be ever seeing, but never perceiving.
For this people's heart has become calloused. They hardly hear with their ears, and they have closed their eyes. Otherwise, they might see with their eyes, hear with their ears, understand with their hearts and turn, and I would heal them.
But blessed are your eyes, because they see, and your ears because they hear. For I tell you the truth, many prophets and righteous men longed to see what you see, but did not see it, and to hear what you hear, but did not hear it. Listen then to what the parable of the sower means. When anyone hears
Who's
the
that guy
message about
from
the kingdom
Star Wars? Star Wars
and does not
creator?
understand it, the evil one comes and snatches away what was sown in his heart. This is the seed
George Lucas, right?
sown along the path. The one who received the seed that fell on rocky places is the man who
George
hears the
Lucas
word
and Steven
and at once
Spielberg.
receives it
So
with
it's the
joy.
dude that made
But
Star
since he
Wars.
has no root, he lasts only a short time. When trouble or persecution comes because of the word, he quickly falls away. The one who received the seed that fell among the thorns is the man who hears the word.
So I'm assuming the
But
franchise is pretty
the worries
good.
of this life and the deceitfulness of wealth choke it, making it unfruitful. But the one who received the seed that fell on good soil is the man who hears the word and understands it. He produces a crop,
Nope,
yielding
never.
160 or 30
But I know
times
Star
what
Wars.
was
Like the
sown.
franchise is pretty huge.
Jesus told them another parable.
The kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while everyone was sleeping, his enemy came and sowed weeds among the wheat and went away. When the wheat sprouted and formed heads, then the weeds also appeared. The owner's servants came to him and said,
Sir,
Yeah, I heard
didn't
it was.
you sow good
I heard
seed
it's
in
pretty
your
bad.
field?
I heard people complaining
Where then
about
did
it.
the weeds come from?
An enemy did this, he replied. The
I
servants
think
asked him,
people were saying the first 3 movies were good.
us to go and pull them up?
No, he answered. Because while you are pulling the weeds, you may root up the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. At that time I will tell the harvesters, first collect the weeds and tie them in bundles to be burned. Then gather the wheat and bring it into my barn.
And what does Jesus do all day?
He told them another parable.
The
He
kingdom
just,
of
does,
heaven is
he
like
just
a
does this and
mustard
walks
seed,
around.
which a man took and planted in his field. Though it is the smallest of all your seeds, yet when it grows, it is the largest of garden plants and becomes a tree so that the birds of the air come and perch in its branches.
He told them still another parable.
The kingdom of heaven is like
The original
yeast
trilogy.
that a woman took and mixed into a large amount of flour until it worked all through the dough.
Yeah, I don't really like sci-fi though, so that was the reason I
Jesus
couldn't
spoke
get into
all
it.
these things to the crowd in parables. He did not say
I did get
anything
into
to them without
Harry
using
Potter a
parable.
little bit.
So was fulfilled what was spoken through the prophet. I will open my mouth in parables. I will
I mean,
utter
he's walking
things
around just
hidden
teaching people,
since the
right?
creation of the world. Then he left the crowd and went into the house. His disciples came to him and said,
Explain to us the parable of the weeds in the field.
He answered,
The one who sowed the good seed is the Son of Man.
Like he
field
keeps
is the
talking,
world.
but there's no action.
And the good seed stands for the sons
Like
of the
it's just
kingdom.
miracles over and over.
The weeds are the sons of the evil one, and the enemy who sows them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the age, and the harvesters are angels.
Who is Matthew?
As the weeds are pulled up and
Some tax collector?
burned in the fire, so it will be at the end of the age. The Son of Man will send out his angels, and they will
Who is
weed
this Matthews guy?
out of his kingdom
What, oh, he's one of the
everything that
12
causes sin,
apostles.
and all who do evil. And they
He's
will
also
throw them
known
into the
as
fiery
Levi.
furnace where there will be weeping and gnashing.
Gospels.
And the righteous
Before
will shine
following
like the
Jesus, he
sun
was a tax
in the
collector,
kingdom of their
a
Father.
publican,
He who has ears, let him hear.
often despised by Jewish people because
kingdom
they
of
worked
heaven
for the Roman occupiers and were known
is
for being
like
corrupt, sometimes collecting
treasure
more taxes than necessary
in
for
a
personal
field.
gain.
When a man found it, he hid it again, and then in his joy went and sold all he had and bought that field. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant looking for fine pearls. When he found one of great value, he went away and sold everything he had and bought it.
Like, I feel like whatever God he's talking about is a different God than
like
the
a net that
Moses
was let down
God.
into the lake and caught all kinds of fish. When it was full, the fishermen pulled it up on
Like,
the shore.
heaven is not a place
and
that
they
people
sat
go
down
to,
and
right?
collected the good fish in baskets.
Like, heaven is a place for
but threw the
gods.
bad away. This is how it will be at the end of the age. The angels will come and separate the wicked from the righteous and throw them into the fiery furnace where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Now, this is a heaven.
Have you understood all these things?
Jesus asked.
Yes.
They replied. He said to them,
Therefore, every teacher of the law who has been instructed about the kingdom of heaven is like the owner of a house who brings out of his storeroom new treasures as well as old.
When Jesus had finished these parables, he moved on from there. Coming to his hometown, he began teaching the people in their synagogue, and they were amazed.
Where did this man get this wisdom and these miraculous powers?
They asked,
Isn't this the carpenter's son?
Isn't his mother's name Mary? And aren't his brothers James, Joseph, Simon, and Judas?
Aren't all his sisters with us? Where then did this
No
man
one
get
used
all
to
these
shave
things?
back then.
and they took offense at him. But Jesus said to them,
Only in his hometown
So this guy just has no beard.
and in his own house is a prophet without honor.
No, people did shave back then.
and he
Wait,
did
there
not
was
do
Jews,
many
right?
miracles there because of their lack of faith.
I think if you're a Nazareth, then you're supposed to grow your hair. Nazareth? Nazareth. A Nazar. Nazarite. A Jewish Nazarite is a person who voluntarily takes a vow to abstain from wine, cut the hair, and have contact with dead bodies. This is a Nazarite.
At that time, Herod the Tetrarch heard the reports about Jesus, and he said to his attendants, "This is John the Baptist. He has risen from the dead.
I don't think
That
they were
is why
struggling.
miraculous powers are at work in him."
It was
Now
the Roman
Herod had
Empire,
arrested John
right?
and bound him and put him in prison because of Herod.
Yeah, Roman Empire was rich. Hell, rich. Yes, the Roman Empire. They had a lot of money.
Dias, his brother Philip's wife. For John had been saying to him, "It is not lawful for you to have her."
Especially right after
Herod
Augustus.
wanted to kill John.
Like, this is
He
the
was
Pax
afraid of the
Romana
people
period.
because they considered him a prophet. On Herod's birthday, the daughter of Herodias.
Alright, let me just see. In the Bible, in Judea, in Roman Empire, how did people shave? Shaving tools, razors, whatever this is. I don't know how that works.
Danced for them and pleased Herod so
Shaving
much
practices.
that he
Beards.
promised with an oath to give her whatever she asked.
The Torah prohibits men from shaving or cutting the corners of the beards in certain ways.
Prompted by her
This
mother,
prohibition
she
led
said,
many Jewish men to grow beards, and they would avoid shaving edges of the beard, particularly though shaving was not
The
entirely
king was
forbidden.
distressed, but because of his oaths and his dinner guests, he ordered that her request be granted and had John beheaded in the prison. His head was brought in on a platter and given to the girl, who carried it to her mother.
Is that King Herod?
John's disciples came and took his body and buried it. Then they went and told Jesus. When Jesus heard what had happened, he withdrew by boat privately to a solitary place.
This was under King Herod, and he wanted to expand the Second Temple. So the country of Israel is gone, but it's like they're being occupied. John the Baptist was already a popular figure. John goes to jail because King feels insecure politically. This is what I googled, or asked ChatGPT. 4 BCE, Herod dies, Judea becomes directly controlled by Romans.
Hearing of this, the crowds followed him on foot from the towns.
Also, they're getting funding. Like, the whole reason they blew up the Second Temple, or why they revolted, it was because they took away funding for the Second Temple. According to Josephus, why did the Jewish people revolt in 60s CEs? The First Jewish-Roman War, the Great Jewish Revolt, was not directly triggered in the 60s, but tensions have been building over several decades, and Flavius Josephus, the Jewish historian, provides valuable insight into factors that led to the revolt. The Roman rule and oppression. Roman governors. By the 1st century, Judea was a province under the control of Roman Empire. Initially, Judea has been a client kingdom under Herod the Great, but had come under direct Roman administration after his death in 4 BCE. The Roman governors, representatives, including the Roman persecutors and the high priests, were seen by many Jews as illegitimate and oppressive. Corruption and taxation. The imposition of heavy taxes by Roman authorities, especially the poll and land tax, contributed to widespread economic hardship. The Romans also demanded tribute in form of money, which angered many Jews who felt this was a violation of their religious and national identity. Many wealthy Jews were viewed as corrupt collaborators with the Romans, further inflaming tensions. Desecration of the temple. According to Josephus, one of the key sparks of the revolt occurred in 66 CE, when Roman governor Justius Florus took actions that were seen as disrespectful toward the Second Temple in Jerusalem. In one notorious incident, he took a large sum of money from the Jewish treasury, which deeply offended the Jewish people, as the temple was sacred to them. In addition, there were incidents where Roman soldiers violated Jewish religious laws, such as entering the temple with their shields and other religiously offensive actions. Zealots and revolutionary movements. By this time, Jewish zealous groups such as Zealots and the Sicarii were growing in prominence. These groups advocated for armed resistance to Roman rule and were increasingly influential, especially in the region of Judea. They rejected any form of collaboration with the Romans and began to resort to violence against both Roman officials and Jewish collaborations. So they wanted money. That's why this whole thing happened, where they go to war with the Romans. So it's kind of like their American Revolution.
When Jesus landed and saw a large crowd, he had compassion on them and healed their sick.
All right, when did Jesus die? What year did Jesus die? Jesus' death was not definitively known, but most scholars agree that it occurred 30 CE and 36 CE. The most widely accepted estimate places around 33 CE. So this is like 30 years. Jesus dies. And then Pilate uses the Sacred Temple funds to build aqueducts. And in 66 CE, Jewish revolt happens, and in 70 CE, Second Temple is destroyed.
As evening approached, the disciples came to him and said,
This is a remote place, and it's already getting late. Send the crowds away so they can go to the villages and buy themselves some food.
Jesus replied,
They do not need to go away. You give them something to eat.
We have here only 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish.
They answered.
Bring them here to me.
He said,
So he's 30 years old when he dies. It's 33. Okay, so it's 0. Exactly 0. 33.
and he directed the people to sit down on the grass.
Exactly 0 when he's born.
Taking the 5 loaves and the 2 fish, and looking up to heaven, he gave thanks and broke the loaves.
Yeah, I went to church when I was younger. I stopped going when I was like 16, 15.
Then he gave them to the disciples, and the disciples gave them to the people.
You went to
They
pray?
all
No, I went to Sunday
ate
school.
and were satisfied.
So I
And the
kind of grew up
disciples picked
Christian,
up 12
but I never paid attention.
basketfuls of broken pieces that were left over.
Like, it was something that my
The number of
mom made me
those
go
who
to.
ate was about 5,000 men, besides women and children. Immediately, Jesus made the disciples get into the boat and go on ahead of him to the other side, while he dismissed the crowd.
Were there prayers? No, they just... I'm not sure if they forced me to pray.
After he had dismissed them, he went up on a mountainside by himself to pray.
I don't know, I just acted like I knew what I was doing.
When evening came, he was there alone. But the boat was already a considerable distance from land, buffeted by the waves because the wind was against it. During the 4th watch of the night, Jesus went out to them, walking on the lake. When the disciples saw him walking on the lake, they were terrified.
It's a ghost!
They said, and cried out in fear. Jesus immediately said to them,
Take courage, it is I! Don't be afraid!
Lord! If it is you,
Peter replied,
tell me to come to you on the water!
By the way, you know that guy Moses in Exodus?
He said,
He was apparently a princeling in ancient
Then Peter
Egypt.
got
He was
down out
also
of the
a
boat,
military genius.
walked on the water, and came toward Jesus. But when he saw the wind, he was afraid. And beginning to sink, cried out,
Lord, save me!
Immediately, Jesus reached out his hand and caught him.
Oh, you have little faith!
He said,
Why did you doubt?
What are they doing? Why are they out there?
And when they climbed into the boat, the wind died down. And those who were in the boat worshipped him, saying,
Truly, thou art the Son of God.
All right, bro. That doesn't mean he's the Son of God. How does that make him the Son of God?
When they had crossed over, they landed at Gennesaret.
Like Moses
When
split the
men of
seas.
that
No one
place
called him the Son of God.
recognized Jesus, they sent word to all the surrounding country. People brought all their sick to him, begged him to let the sick just touch the edge of his cloak. And all who touched him were healed.
They complained to your parents
Some Pharisees
for
and
not
teachers
praying?
of the law came to Jesus from Jerusalem and asked,
Why do your disciples break
Was it
the
like a
tradition
religious
of the
school?
elders? They don't wash their hands before they eat.
Like a
Jesus
public Christian
replied,
school?
And why do you break the command of God for the sake of your tradition? For God said, honor your father and mother. And anyone who curses his father or mother must be put to death. But you say that if a man says to his father or mother, whatever help you might otherwise have received from me is a gift devoted to God, he is not to honor his father with it. Thus you nullify the word of God for the sake of your tradition. You hypocrites. Isaiah was right when he prophesied about you.
By the way, here's
These people
the other interesting thing. People didn't pray back then. People didn't pray that much in the Old Testament. Was an important aspect? Never mind. Personal prayers. This is Samuel, so what about in Exodus? Abraham interceded for Solomon and Gomorrah, asking God to spare him.
Honor me with their lips, but their
Yeah, but
hearts
when
are
you pray,
far
you're
from
supposed to
me.
talk
They
to
worship
God?
me in vain. Their teachings are but rules taught by men.
Jesus called the crowd to him.
So I guess only prophets could talk to God, right? So only prophets prayed to God. These are all prophets. And throughout it is not only the prophets, but also their indeed prominent figures in prayer. Prayer and Torah is portrayed as an important aspect. Ordinary people. Hannah, one of the most significant examples of a prayer by an ordinary person is Hannah, mother of prophet Samuel. She prays fervently for a child in 1 Samuel. His prayer, personal petition to God. Israelites as a nation, as a collective, also pray in time for crisis. For example, when they're oppressed in Egypt, they cry out to God for deliverance, and God hears their prayer. While Job is not a prophet, he is a righteous man who prays and pleads with God during his suffering.
Man said,
Daily school
Listen
life
and
is a
understand.
routine.
What goes into a man's mouth does not make
So
him
that would be like
unclean.
saying, I didn't stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and
But
then I
what
got
comes out of
expelled
his
for
mouth?
it.
That is what makes him unclean.
Then the disciples came to him and asked.
Do you know that the Pharisees were offended when they heard this?
He replied,
Every plant that my heavenly Father has not planted will be pulled up by the roots.
Yeah, like, I'm watching this movie. I don't think they've prayed once.
Leave them. They are blind guides. If a blind man leads a blind man, both will fall into a pit.
So, when did people stop hearing from God according to the Bible? According to the Bible, a period during which people stop hearing from God directly is not strictly defined in a single moment, but is often understood to be around the time of the end of prophetic era in Israel. Who's the last prophet? Missed. Malachi. So Malachi's the last, he's the last dude who could hear God, apparently.
Peter said,
"Explain the parable to us."
So what's the point of prayer? What's the point of prayer after that? 5th century BCE. The point of prayer after the cessation of a direct prophet communication can be understood in several ways, especially in the light of Christian theology and Jewish tradition. Even though God is no longer sending prophets the same way he did in the Old Testament, prayer remains a central aspect of relationship. So it's a one-way relationship.
Are you still so dull?
Jesus asked them,
Don't you see that whatever enters the mouth goes into the stomach and then out of the body? But the things that come out of the mouth come from the heart. And these make a man unclean. For out of the heart come evil thoughts, murder, adultery, sexual immorality, theft, false testimony, slander. These are what make a man unclean. But eating with unwashed hands does not make him unclean.
Leaving that place, Jesus withdrew to the region of Tyre and Sidon. A Canaanite woman from that vicinity came to him, crying out,
Lord, Son of David, have mercy on me. My daughter is suffering terribly from demon possession.
Jesus did not answer a word. So his disciples came to him and urged him.
Send her away.
What? Where's the audio?
Disciples came.
All right. Where's the audio?
Steady wind, things that come out of the mouth come from the heart, are what make
through.
Send her.
Jesus called his disciples to him and said,
I have compassion for these people. They have already been with me 3 days and have nothing to eat. I do not want to send them away hungry, or they may collapse on the way.
His disciples answered,
Where could we find enough bread in such a remote place to feed such a crowd?
How many loaves do you have?
Jesus asked.
7.
They replied,
And a few small fish.
He told the crowd to sit down on the ground. Then he took the 7 loaves and the fish, and when he had given thanks, he broke them and gave them to the disciples, and they in turn to the people. They all ate and were satisfied. Afterwards, the disciples
black
picked up
people.
7
Oh.
basketfuls of broken pieces that were left over. The number of those who ate was 4,000, besides women and children.
Jesus kind of looks black.
After Jesus had sent the crowd away, he got into the boat and
She's
went to the
definitely
vicinity
black.
of Magadan. The Pharisees and Sadducees came to Jesus and tested him by asking him to show them a sign from heaven. He replied,
When evening comes,
Wait a minute. I think he's trying to emulate Moses. Feels oddly similar. Did Jesus try to emulate Moses? Fascinating topic in biblical studies, and there were significant parallels between the figures. While it is not explicitly stated in the New Testament that Jesus tried to emulate Moses, Jesus' life teachings often reflect a built upon Moses' role as a central figure in Hebrew scriptures. Here's an exploration of how Jesus may see in parallel. It feels like he's trying to be Moses.
It will be fair weather, for the sky
Like
is
he's
red.
performing miracles, he's gathering
And in the
people, he's
morning today it
walking
will be
around.
stormy, for the sky is red and overcast. You know how to interpret the appearance of the sky.
What is he doing right now? Provided manna, bread from heaven. Jesus speaking with Moses and Elijah. What is he doing? What was his occupation when he was walking around with people performing miracles? Yeah, the difference between Moses and Jesus is that Moses is a military leader. Jesus is not portraying as emulating Moses in the sense of copying, but rather as a greater Moses who fulfills and completes work that Moses began. Both figures are deliverers, lawgivers, and covenant mediators, but Jesus' mission and teachings are presented as extending far beyond Moses with a focus on universal salvation and eternal life. For Christians, Jesus is seen as fulfillment of Deuteronomy, prophet like Moses, but also much more, Savior and Son of God. His primary occupation as an itinerant preacher, teacher, miracle worker.
But you cannot interpret the signs of the times. A wicked and adulterous generation looks for a miraculous sign, but none will be given it.
Yeah, you ain't Moses.
Except the sign of Jonah.
Jesus then left them and went away. When they went across the lake, the disciples forgot to take bread.
Be careful.
Jesus said to them,
Be on your guard against the yeast of the Pharisees and Sadducees.
They discussed this among themselves and said, It is because we didn't bring any bread. Aware of their discussion, Jesus asked,
You of little faith, why are you talking among yourselves about having no
Awfully
bread?
similar.
Do you still not understand? Don't
It's
you remember
awfully
the 5
familiar.
loaves for the 5,000 and how many basketfuls you gathered, or the 7 loaves for the 4,000 and how many basketfuls you gathered? How is it you don't understand that I was not talking to you about bread, but be on your guard against the yeast of the
Like
Pharisees
Moses' whole thing
and
was,
Sadducees?
I found bread on the
Then
floor.
they understood
It must
that
be
he was
God,
not telling
right?
them to
And then
guard
Jesus'
against
thing
the
is,
yeast used
I'm
in
going to give
bread,
you the bread.
but against the teaching of the Pharisees and Sadducees.
Like the bread comes from me. Basketballs? What?
When Jesus came to the region of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples.
Who do people say the Son of
Basketballs.
Man is?
They replied,
Some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah.
And still others, Jeremiah or one of the prophets.
Well, what about you?
he asked.
Who do you say I am?
There's a basketballs?
Say John
Maybe
the
basket?
Baptist, others say Elijah.
When Jesus came to the region, against the teaching of the Pharisees and
Sadducees.
then they understood that he was not telling them to guard against the yeast used in bread, but against the teaching of the Pharisees and Sadducees.
I think they
When
probably
Jesus
said
came to the
baskets.
region of Caesarea Philippi, he asked
Baskets
his
of bread.
disciples.
Who do people say the Son of Man is?
They replied,
Some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah.
Son of Man.
And still others, Jeremiah or one of the prophets.
Well, what about you?
he asked.
Who do you say I am?
He doesn't even know who he is.
Simon
He's like,
Peter
who do you
answered,
want me to be?
You're the Christ, the Son of the living God.
Is this where he gets the ideas?
Jesus replied,
Wait a minute. 16, 17. Why'd you kiss him?
Blessed are you, Simon, son of Jonah.
That's not
For
part
this
of the
was not
script.
revealed to you by man, but by my Father in heaven.
And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it.
Basketfuls.
I
Oh.
will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven.
Basket full of bread.
Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven.
What am I watching?
Then he warned his disciples not to tell anyone that he was the Christ.
It's this movie, right?
From that time on, Jesus began to explain to his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem, suffer many things at the hands of the elders, chief priests, and teachers of the law, and that he must be killed. And on the third
Yeah.
day,
They're about to
raised
kiss.
to
They,
life.
they kissed. And I was like, that can't be part of the script. That was 16 and 17. He just kissed him for no reason. So he just did that. He didn't have to do it, but he did it.
Peter took him aside and began to rebuke him.
Never, Lord.
He said,
This shall never happen to you.
Jesus turned and said to Peter,
Get behind me, Satan.
He kissed him on the cheek.
You are a stumbling block to me. You do not have in mind the things of God, but the things of men.
Then Jesus said to his disciples,
I don't know.
If anyone would come after
It's
me,
not part
he
of the
must
script, so he didn't
deny
have to do it.
himself and take up his cross and follow me. For whoever wants to save his life will lose it. But whoever loses his life for me will find it. What good will it be for a man if he gains the whole world, yet forfeits his soul? Or what can a man give in exchange for his soul? For the Son of Man is going to come in his Father's glory with his angels, and then he will reward each person according to what he has done.
That's not part of the script. He just did it. The actor just did it.
Some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
I checked the script. It wasn't in there.
After 6 days, Jesus took with him Peter, James, and John, the brother of James, and led them up a high mountain by themselves. There he was transfigured before them. His face shone like the sun, and his clothes became as white as the light. Just then there appeared before them Moses and Elijah, talking with Jesus. Peter said to Jesus,
Lord, it's good for us to be here. If you wish, I will put up 3 shelters. One for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah.
While he was still speaking, a bright cloud enveloped him, and a voice from the cloud said, This is my Son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased. Listen to him. When the disciples heard this, they fell face down to the ground, terrified. But Jesus came and touched them.
Get up.
He said,
Don't be afraid.
When they looked up, they saw no one except Jesus.
He pushed them off. He's like, you did something.
As they were coming down the mountain, Jesus instructed them, Don't tell anyone what you have seen until the Son of Man has been raised from the dead. The disciples asked him, Why then do the teachers of the law say that Elijah must come first?
All right, wait a minute. Until the Son of God has risen? When was the book of Matthew's written? '80 to 90 AD.
Jesus
I
replied,
have that.
To be sure, Elijah comes.
Matthew writes the book after the fall of the Second Temple. I do have it.
But I tell you, Elijah has already come. And they did not recognize him, but have done to him everything they wished.
So he wrote the book after all of it happened.
In the same way, the Son of Man is going to suffer at their hands.
Then the disciples understood that he was talking to them about John the Baptist.
Wait a minute. Was Exodus written after the events or during? The book of Exodus was certainly written after the events it describes, not during them. Traditional views within Judaism and Christianity is that Torah was authored by Moses himself. The first 5 books, from Genesis to whatever. However, modern biblical scholarship challenges the view and offers alternative theories about its composition. According to Jewish Christian tradition, Moses authored the Torah, including Exodus, during 13th to 15th century BCE, direct divine command. For Moses to write down specific laws and events, Exodus, the text includes highly detailed descriptions of the events and laws, suggesting first-hand account. Yeah, because he was a fucking prince. Who was Moses in Egypt, according to Josephus? Moses was a prominent figure in Egypt, with a fascinating backstory that extends beyond the biblical account. In his work, Antiquities of Jews, Josephus portrays Moses as a highly esteemed and capable leader who played a significant role in Egyptian society before leading the Israelites out of bondage. Adopted by Pharaoh's daughter, Like the biblical account, Josephus writes that Moses was rescued as a baby and adopted by Pharaoh's daughter. She raised him as her own son, giving him access to royal court and the best education Egypt had to offer. So that's how he wrote the laws. He didn't get it from God. He got it from education. He was raised as a prince. He adds significant detail not found in the Bible. Moses was a military commander in Egypt. When Ethiopians waged war against Egypt, Moses led the Egyptian army to a decisive victory. Josephus describes him as a brilliant and courageous general who outmaneuvered the enemy and secured peace for Egypt. During this campaign, Moses reportedly married Ethiopian princesses, further highlighting his influence. So, who the fuck is Jesus compared to him?
When they came to the crowd, a man approached Jesus and
He
knelt
ain't
before
Moses.
him.
Lord,
He said,
have mercy on my son. He has seizures and is suffering greatly. He often falls into the fire or into the water. I brought him to your disciples, but they could not heal him.
Oh, unbelieving and perverse generation.
Jesus replied,
How long shall I stay with you? How long shall I put up with you?
Bring the boy here to me.
Jesus rebuked the demon, and it came out of the boy, and he was healed from that moment. Then the disciples came to Jesus in private and asked.
Why couldn't we drive it out?
He replied,
Because you have so little faith. I tell you the truth. If you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you.
When they came together in Galilee, he said to them,
The Son of Man is going to be betrayed into the hands of men. They will kill him. And on the third day, he will be raised alive.
And the disciples were filled with grief.
I doubt it.
After Jesus and his disciples arrived in Capernaum, the collectors of the 2 drachma tax came to Peter and asked, "Doesn't your teacher pay the temple tax?" "Yes, he does," he replied.
Hey, they're talking about temple tax. The temple tax. And then the Romans took it away from them, right? Right. The temple tax. Jesus is... What did the Romans do with the temple tax? After the destruction of the Second Temple, Romans redirected the temple tax, originally paid by the Jews for maintenance of the temple, to fund a Roman religious institution, particularly the Temple of Jupiter Capitolinus in Rome. The redirection of the tax served both economic and political purposes. Didn't they revolt because of it? First Judaicus, Jewish tax. Following suppression of the Jewish revolt and the destruction of the temple, Emperor Vespasian imposed Fiscus Judaicus, a continuation of the temple tax. Instead of being used for Jewish temple, the money was now sent to Rome to maintain the temple of Jupiter Capitolinius, a chief temple of Roman state religion. The tax was a punitive measure aimed at reminding the Jews of their subjugation. Tax administration. The tax was collected annually from all Jews, regardless of the location in the empire, male or female, free or slavery-free. Roman authorities strictly enforced the tax and failed to pay result in severe penalties. The revenue contributed to the Roman treasury and was used to support imperial religious and civic activities. Symbolic humiliation. Redirecting funds from the destroyed Jewish temples to Roman pagan. What about before the Jewish revolt? It was collected to use primarily maintenance and operation of the Second Temple. It was a central part of Jewish religious life and managed independently by the Jewish priesthood without Roman interference for most of this period.
When Peter came into the house, Jesus was the first to speak.
What do you think, Simon?
He asked.
From whom do the kings of the earth collect duty and taxes? From their own sons or from others?
From others,
Peter answered.
Then the sons are exempt.
Jesus said to him,
But so that we may not offend them, go to the lake and throw out your line. Take the first fish you catch, open its mouth, and you will find a 4-drachma coin. Take it and give it to them for my tax and yours.
At that time, the disciples came to Jesus and asked,
Who's the greatest in the kingdom of heaven?
He called a little child and had him stand among them. And he said,
I tell you the truth. Unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Therefore,
'Cause it's
whoever
not for
humbles himself like
humans.
this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And whoever welcomes a little child like this in my name welcomes me.
People aren't supposed to go to heaven.
But if anyone causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a large millstone hung around his neck
Nobody
and to be
mentioned
drowned in the
heaven
depths of the
in the
sea.
Old Testament.
Woe to the world because of the things that cause people to sin. Such things must come, but woe to the men through whom they come. If your hand or your foot causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to enter life maimed or crippled than to have 2 hands or 2 feet and be thrown in eternal fire. And if your eye causes you to sin, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to enter life with 1 eye than to have 2 eyes and to be
That's
thrown in
not
the
what
fire
the
of
Old
hell.
Testament is. He's getting it all wrong.
See that you do not look down on one of these little ones. For I tell you that their angels in heaven always see the face of my Father in heaven. What do you think? If a man owns 100 sheep and one of them wanders away, will he not leave the 99 on the hills and go to look for the one that wandered off? And if he finds it, I tell you the truth, he is happier about that 1 sheep than about the 99 that did not wander off. In the same way, your Father in heaven is not willing that any of these little ones should be lost. If your brother sins against you, go and show him his fault just between the 2 of you. If he listens to you, you have won your brother over. But if he will not listen, take 1 or 2 others along so that
What is his
every
brother
matter
doing? What was Jesus's brother James doing? Occupation. What's James doing? Was he the older brother? The brother of Jesus, significant figure in Christianity. While the Bible does not explicitly state his occupation, his primary role as a religious leader in the early Christian movement. Who was James? He was Jesus' younger brothers. Initially skeptical of Jesus' ministry, however, he became a key leader in the early Christian community after Jesus' resurrection. Likely inspired. I thought it was Virgin Mary. Wasn't Virgin Mary a virgin? Occupation, religious leader or advocate. Adherence to Jewish practices, known for his strict observation of Jewish law, earning him respect among Jews and Christians. Possible manual labor. Death of James in AD 62, according to Josephus, he was executed by stoning at the order of high priest. In a conclusion, wasn't very yes. Mary, the mother of Jesus, was a virgin when she conceived Jesus. This belief is based on passages like Matthew, Luke, which describe conception of Jesus as a miraculous event brought about by the Holy Spirit. However, the New Testament also mentions Jesus having said, so how does this work? Which raises question about the nature of Mary's virginity after Jesus' birth. Is Virgin Mary, but Jesus has siblings. Gospel mentions James, Joseph, Simon, Judas as Jesus' brothers, along with unnamed sisters. The references he grew up in a family with multiple children, but so you didn't have sex for Jesus, but you had sex for everyone else. Interpreting siblings as biological of Mary and Joseph, born after Jesus, making Mary no longer a virgin after Jesus' birth. Was Jesus adopted? The belief that Mary's perpetual virginity is a core teaching in Catholic Church, Eastern Orthodox Church, and I don't know, the book never mentions it.
May be established
I
by
just
the
will never know.
testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. If he refuses to listen to them, tell it to the church. And if he refuses to listen even to the church, treat him as you would a pagan or a tax collector.
I tell you the truth. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven. And whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. Again, I tell you that if 2 of you on earth agree about anything you ask for, it will be done for you by my Father in heaven. For where 2 or 3 come together in my name, there am I with them.
Then Peter came to Jesus and asked,
Lord, how many times shall I forgive my brother when he sins against me? Up to 7 times.
Jesus answered,
I tell you not 7 times, but 77 times. Therefore, the kingdom of heaven is like a king who wanted to settle accounts with his servants. As he began the settlement, a man who owed him 10,000 talents was brought to him. Since he was not able to pay, the master ordered that he and his wife and his children and all that he had be sold to repay the debt. The servant fell on his knees before him.
Be patient with me,
He begged.
and I'll pay back everything.
The servant's master took pity on him, canceled the debt, and let him go. But when that servant went out, he found one of his fellow servants who owed him 100 denarii. He grabbed him and began to choke him.
Pay back what you owe me!
He demanded. His fellow servant fell to his knees and begged to be patient with me, and I will pay you back. But he refused. Instead, he went off and had the man thrown into prison until he could pay the debt. When the other servants saw what had happened, they were greatly distressed and went and told their master everything that had happened. Then the master called the servant in. "You wicked servant," he said. "I canceled all that debt of yours because you begged me to. Shouldn't you have had mercy on your fellow servant just as I had on you?" In anger, the master turned him over to the jailers to be tortured until he should pay back all he owed. This is how my heavenly Father will treat each of you, unless you forgive your brother from your heart.
When Jesus had finished saying these things, he left Galilee and went into the region of Judea to the other side of the Jordan. Large crowds followed him, and he healed them there. Some Pharisees came to him to test him. They asked,
Is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for any and every reason?
Haven't you read?
He replied,
That at the beginning, the Creator made them male and female, and said, for this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife.
Every reason?
They asked,
Is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for any and every reason?
Any and every. I swear to God they mentioned it. Didn't Moses say you could? Didn't the old constitution in Torah mention you could divorce your wife if you caught her cheating? Back then, was there only man and female? There's animals, right? Yes, the Torah does address the issue of maternal infidelity and provides grounds for divorce. Male and female. When a man takes a wife and marries her, if she finds no favor in the eyes because he has found some indecency in her, he may write her a certificate of divorce, give it to her, and send her away from his house. This is Deuteronomy.
Haven't you read?
He replied,
That at the beginning, the Creator made them male and female.
He's
And
bullshitting.
said, for this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife.
He's bullshitting.
And
What?
the two will become one flesh. So they're no longer two, but one. Therefore, what God has joined together, let man not separate.
Why
No?
They asked.
Did
It says you can divorce them. If she's indecent, you can divorce her.
command that a man give his wife a certificate of divorce and send her away?
Jesus
Yes.
replied,
Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard, but it was not this way from the beginning. I tell
Okay.
you that anyone who divorces his wife except for marital unfaithfulness and marries another woman commits adultery.
The disciples said to him,
If this is the
so
situation
he did
between a
address it.
husband and wife, it's better not to marry.
Jesus
I mean, I
replied,
don't- there's probably
Not
male and
everyone can
female.
accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. For some are eunuchs because they were born that way.
Others were made that way by men, and others have renounced marriage because of the kingdom of heaven. The one who can accept this should accept it.
Wait, I just missed it. What did it
Because
say?
your hearts were hard, but it was not this way from the beginning.
All right.
I tell you that
He's
anyone who
saying
divorces his
after
wife
Moses,
except for marital unfaithfulness and marries another
but before
woman
him,
commits
you're
adultery.
supposed to like
The disciples
not
said
do
to
that.
him,
If this is the situation between a husband and wife, it's better not to marry.
Jesus replied,
Not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. For some are eunuchs because they were born that way.
Others were...
So he's saying, if you don't sin, if nobody sins, there's no need for divorce. But if you do sin, then you gotta do what Moses says. You can divorce her if she sins.
made that way by men. And others have renounced marriage because of the kingdom of heaven. The one who can accept this should accept it. Then little children were brought to Jesus for him to place his hands on them and pray for them. But the disciples rebuked those who brought them. Jesus said,
Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them. For the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these.
When he had placed his hands on them, he went on from there. Now a man came up to Jesus and asked,
Teacher, what good thing must I do to get eternal life?
Why do you ask me about what is good?
Jesus replied,
There is only one who is good. If you want to enter life, obey the commandments.
Which ones?
The man inquired. Jesus replied,
Do not murder, do not commit adultery, do not steal, do not give false testimony, honor your father and mother, and love your neighbor as yourself.
By the way, when they say honor your father and mother, they're saying don't have sex with them. That's what Moses meant, I think. What did Moses mean when he said honor your father? And your mother, it emphasizes respect, obedience, care for one's parents. Fundamental principle, commitment. That's importance of familial relationship in societal. What does honor mean? Treating parents with dignity, avoiding disrespectful behavior, acknowledging their role. Didn't he say something like? He says something like, "Do not take your father's wife." Yes, Moses delivered laws in Torah prohibiting certain types of relationship, including taking one's father's wife. This law appears in Deuteronomy 22 and Leviticus, emphasizes maintaining sexual purity and honoring the sanctity of family relationships. I thought this was what he meant. Deuteronomy, a man shall not take his father's wife, nor uncover his father's nakedness. Isn't that what it means? By honor your father?
These I've kept.
The young man said.
What do I still lack?
Jesus answered,
If you want to be perfect, go sell your possessions and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. Then come follow me.
When the young man heard this, he went away sad, because he had great wealth.
The Torah was fucked up, man. Like, almost half of things were sexual.
Then Jesus said to his disciples,
I tell you the truth. It is hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. Again, I tell you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God.
When the disciples heard this, they were greatly astonished and asked,
Who then can be saved?
Jesus looked at them and said,
With man, this is impossible. But with God, all things are possible.
Peter answered him,
We have left everything to follow you. What then will there be for us?
Jesus said to them,
I tell you the truth. At the renewal of all things, when the Son of Man sits on his glorious throne,
all things
you
are
who
possible.
have followed me will also sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. And everyone who has left houses or brothers or sisters or father or mother or children or fields for my sake will receive 100 times as much and will inherit eternal life. But many who are first
Who's
will
this
be
actor?
last, and many who are last will be first. For the kingdom of heaven is like a landowner who went out early in the morning to hire men to work in his vineyard. He agreed to pay them a denarius for the day and sent them into his vineyard.
Is that him? Bruce?
About the third hour, he went out and saw others standing in the marketplace doing nothing. He told them,
"You also go and work in my vineyard, and I will pay you whatever is right."
He's 68 now.
He went out again about the 6th hour and the 9th hour and did the same thing.
93. He was 36 at the time.
About the 11th hour, he went out and found still others standing around.
The encounter.
them,
"Why have you been standing here all day long
Revelation.
doing nothing?"
Apostle.
They answered. He said to them,
"You also go and work in my vineyard."
So he was in multiple Christian
When evening
movies.
came, the owner of the vineyard said to his foreman,
"Call the workers and pay them their wages, beginning with the last ones hired and going on to the first."
The workers who were hired about the 11th hour came and each received a denarius. So when those came who were hired first, they expected to receive more. But each one of them also received a denarius. When they received it, they began to grumble against the landowner.
"These men who were hired last worked only 1 hour,"
they said.
"And you have made them equal to us, who have borne the burden of the work and the heat of the day."
But he answered one of them.
"Friend, I'm not being unfair to you. Didn't you agree to work for a denarius? Take your pay and go. I want to give the man who was hired last the same as I gave you. Don't I have the right to do what I want
He
with
was
my own
Jesus
money?
in 11 movies.
Or are you envious because I'm generous?"
So the last will be first, and the first will be last.
Banking on Christmas, author, the encounter.
Now, as Jesus was going up to
Revelations
Jerusalem,
1 and
he took the
2.
12 disciples aside and said to them,
He did a lot of
We are
revelations.
going up to Jerusalem,
Apostles,
and the Son of Man will be
Supper,
betrayed to the chief priests and the teachers of the law.
Emmaus.
They will
Emmaus.
condemn him to death,
Is that a thing?
and will turn him over to the Gentiles to be mocked and flogged and crucified.
Jesus the Christ. Gospel according to Matthew.
On the third day,
He was in a lot of fucking movies.
he will be raised to life.
Gospel according to John. Wait a minute. This was in 2020.
Then the mother of Zebedee's sons came to Jesus with her sons, and kneeling down, asked a favor of him.
What is it you want?
He asked. She said,
Grant that one of these two sons of mine may sit at your right hand
It's
and the other
2003.
at your left in
Yeah.
your kingdom.
You don't know what you are asking.
Jesus said to them,
I guess I compare it. There's the Gospel according to Matthew, and then there's a different version. And this time it's
Can
by
you drink
John.
the cup I am going to drink? We can.
They answered.
I'm gonna see what overlaps.
Jesus said to them,
You will indeed drink from my cup, but to sit at my right or left is not for me to grant. These places belong to those for whom they have been prepared by my Father.
When the 10 heard about this, they were indignant with the two brothers. Jesus called them together and said,
You know that the rulers of the Gentiles lord it over them, and their high officials exercise authority over them. Not so with you. Instead, whoever wants to become great among you must be your servant. And whoever wants to be first must be your slave. Just as the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many.
As Jesus and his disciples were leaving Jericho, a large crowd followed him. 2 blind men were sitting by the roadside, and when they heard that Jesus was going by, they shouted,
Lord, Son of David, have mercy on us.
I doubt it.
The crowd rebuked them and told them to be quiet, but they shouted all the louder,
Lord, Son of David, have mercy on us.
Jesus
Son
stopped
of
and called
David.
them.
What do you want me to do for you?
He asked.
Lord,
They answered,
we want our sight.
Jesus had compassion on them and touched their eyes.
He's Mr. Beast. How the fuck did you get there?
Immediately, they
Isn't he
received their
blind?
sight and followed him. As they approached Jerusalem and came to Bethpage on the Mount of Olives, Jesus sent 2 disciples, saying to them,
Go to the village ahead of you. And at once you will find a donkey tied there, with her colt by her. Untie them and bring them to me. If anyone says anything to you, tell him that the Lord needs them and he will send them right away.
This took place to fulfill what was spoken through the prophet. Say to the daughter of Zion, see, your king comes to you gentle and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. The disciples went and did as Jesus had instructed them. They brought the donkey and the colt, placed their cloaks on them, and Jesus sat on them. A very large crowd spread their cloaks on the road, while others cut branches from the trees and spread them on the road.
Did he ever go to the temple? Wait, the second temple was still around at that time, right? Did Jesus ever go to the second temple? It wasn't destroyed at this point, right? Yes, according to the New Testament, Jesus did visit the second temple on a couple of occasions. It was a central place of worship. I want to see it. Where?
The crowds that
Luke,
went ahead of him and those that
as a
followed
child.
shouted,
Hosanna to the Son of David!
So he doesn't go to the temple in this book.
Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord!
Hosanna in the highest!
When Jesus entered Jerusalem, the whole city was stirred and asked.
Who is this?
The crowds answered,
This is Jesus, the prophet from Nazareth in Galilee.
Yeah, no, nobody fucking knew who he was. Did people know who Jesus was? According to before he died? According to historical records. Historical records include from the New Testament and some external sources suggest that many people knew Jesus, okay, before his death. though level of recognition and the understanding of his role varied. He was known for teachings, healings, and miracles and became a figure. What historical records? Show me. Which book? Public Life, Galilee. Reaction to Jesus. Okay, but what about records outside the Bible? Roman authorities was aware of Jesus as a public figure. However, historical records don't suggest that Pilate viewed Jesus as a significant threat, initially seeing him more as a local religious leader. He's a local religious leader. So he's like the pastor, right? People of Judea were divided in their opinions of Jesus. Some saw him as a prophet, others saw him as a Messiah. This is John, so it's in that's in the Bible, which is a lot of
Jesus
it's
entered
bullshit.
the temple area and drove out all who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves.
Wait a minute. What are some books? Tell me some books in the Bible that talk about Jesus that wasn't written by one of his apostles. Matthew's an apostle, right? So he has a political motive to lie about him. Gospel of Mark. A companion? Nope. The Gospel of Luke. Companion of Paul. Was not one of them. Also attributed to Luke. A combination of Luke's and Gospel discussed the spread of Christianity. Authorship of Hebrews and 13. How about some random guy? Like, do they have any random dudes? John. Attributed to John, one of Jesus' apostles. No. Believed to be Apostle John. No. Author. Paul, an apostle who was not part of the original 12, but played a crucial role in spreading Jesus. What does he say about him? Did not personally know Jesus during his life. Then no. He frequently writes about Jesus. No, I want to see from people who saw it. Brother of Jesus was not one of the 12 apostles. That's his brother. Practical teachings, living a Christian life, emphasizing faith in action. Mentions Jesus as Lord. Traditional considered brother of Jesus. He's one of his brothers though. So he does have a political motive. Non-canonical? One of the 12 apostles? No. Attributed to Peter. Who's Peter? Though it is not included in the canonical Bible. Okay, maybe Peter? Written by non-apostles. Mark. Luke. Written by Luke, companion of Paul. Hebrews, uncertain authorship. Okay, I might look at Hebrews. By James. No, political motive. Like, every single one of these people has a political motive.
It is written,
He said to them,
my house will be called a house of prayer. But you are making it a den of robbers.
the blind and the lame came to him at the temple, and he healed them. But when the chief priests and the teachers of the law saw the wonderful things he did and the children shouting in the temple area, they were indignant.
So you hear what these children are saying?
They asked him,
Yes.
replied Jesus.
Have you never read? From the lips of children and infants, you have ordained praise.
Sound? Hello? Hello? Where's the sound?
Early in the morning, as he was on his way back to the city, he was hungry. Seeing a fig tree by the road, he went up to it, but found nothing on it except leaves. Then he said to it,
May you never bear fruit again.
Immediately the tree withered. When the disciples saw this, they were amazed.
How did the fig tree wither so quickly?
They asked. Jesus replied,
I tell you the truth. If you have faith and do not doubt, not only can you do what was done to the fig tree, but also you can say to this mountain, go throw yourself into the sea, and it will be done. If you believe, you will receive whatever you ask for in prayer.
Jesus entered the temple courts, and while he was teaching, the chief priests and the elders of the people came to him.
By what authority are you doing these things?
They asked.
And who gave you this authority?
Jesus replied,
I will also ask you one question. If you answer me, I will tell you by what authority I am doing these things. John's baptism, where did it come from? Was it from heaven or from men?
Did you see John the Baptist? Right. 21, 25. I'm going to read it. If you tell me the answer, I'll tell you what kind of authority I have. Where did John get his authority to baptize?
They
Lineage.
discussed it among themselves and said,
If we
His
say
lineage.
from heaven, he will
No?
ask them, why didn't you believe him? But if we say from men, we are afraid of the people, for they will hold that John was a prophet.
So they answered Jesus,
No,
We
it's
don't
because of his
know.
lineage. He's from the Levi tribe.
Then he said,
Neither will I tell you by what authority I am doing these things. What do you think?
Jesus.
There was a man who had 2 sons. He went to the first and said, Son, go and work today in the vineyard. I will not, he answered. But later he changed his mind and went. Then the father went to the other son and said the same thing. He answered, I will, sir. But he did not go. Which of the 2 did what his father wanted?
Yep. 8 hours in.
The first.
They answered. Jesus said to
Oh,
them,
6
I
hours
tell
in.
you the truth. The tax collectors and the prostitutes are entering the kingdom of God ahead of you.
I'm in the first book.
For John came to you to show you the way of righteousness, and you did not believe him. But the tax collectors and the prostitutes did. Even after you saw this, you did not repent and believe him. Listen to
Probably
another
2
parable.
hours. It should be about a little less than turning into a Jew. Never mind. 60, 65, 75. 15 minutes a day. I guess a long time.
There was a landowner who planted a vineyard. He put a wall around it, dug a wine press in it,
I'm gonna read the
and built
summaries
a
though.
watchtower. Then he rented the vineyard
So I'm
to some
gonna probably
farmers and
skip
went
over
away
a
on
lot of
journey.
these.
When the harvest time approached, he sent his servants to the tenants to collect his fruit. The tenants seized his servants. They beat one, killed another, and stoned a third. Then he sent other servants to them, more than the first time, and the tenants treated them the same way. Last of all, he sent his son to them. They will respect my son, he said. But when the tenants saw the son, they said to each other, this is the heir.
Come, let's kill him and take his inheritance. So they took him and threw him out of the vineyard and killed him. Therefore, when the owner of the vineyard comes, what will he do to those tenants?
He will bring those wretches to a wretched end.
They replied,
And he will rent the vineyard to other tenants, who will give him his share of the crop at harvest time.
Jesus said to them,
Have you never read in the scriptures? The stone the builders rejected has become the capstone. The Lord has done this, and it is marvelous in our eyes.
Jesus has like 5
Never I
brothers
tell you
at
that the
at
kingdom
this
of God
point.
will be taken away from you and given to a people who will produce its fruit. He who falls on this stone will be broken to pieces, but he on whom it falls will be crushed.
When the chief priests and the Pharisees heard Jesus' parables, they knew he was talking about them. They looked for a way to arrest him, but they were afraid of the crowd because the people held that he was a prophet. Jesus spoke to them again in parables, saying,
The kingdom of heaven is like a king who prepared a wedding banquet for his son. He sent his servants to those who had been invited to the banquet to tell them to come. But they refused to come. Then he sent some more servants and said, Tell those who have been
What do you mean
invited
heaven?
that I have prepared my dinner. My oxen and fatted cattle have been butchered, and everything is ready. Come
He's
to the
in
wedding.
Judea. That's the promised land.
But they paid no attention.
This is
He
the
went on.
promised land that Moses was talking
One to
about.
his feet.
What is the promise thing Moses was talking about? He's walking on the promised land. God promising to give them descendant. The land is described as a place of prosperity, peace, freedom, flowing with milk and honey, symbolizing abundance and fertility. The land of Canaan. He's walking on it right now. Is that what he means? Is that what Jesus means when he says the land of heavens? No. Okay, so it's a different one. The kingdom of God. He's not speaking about the promised land, the same sense that Moses did. Ever wonder why we got so many things on mind but not enough time? I mean, I got a lot of time. There's just so many things to do.
Field.
I mean, I could always read a summary of it or watch a review.
The rest seized his servants, mistreated them, and killed them. The king was enraged. He sent his army and destroyed those murderers and burned their city. He said to his servants, The wedding banquet is ready, but those I invited did not deserve to come. Go to the street corners and invite to the banquet anyone you can find. So the servants went out into the streets and gathered all the people they could find, both good and bad. And the wedding hall was filled with guests. But when the king came in to see the guests, he noticed a man there who was not wearing wedding clothes. Friend, he asked, how did you get in here without wedding clothes? The man was speechless. Then the king told the attendants,
I don't think Jesus ever said he was a prophet so far.
tie him hand and foot and throw him outside
He might be just teaching
into the
people
darkness.
about the Old Testament,
There will be weeping.
and people are just assuming that he's the prophet. He did refer himself and was recognized.
But
There's
few
no
are
passages.
chosen.
What is one truth about life they don't like?
Then the Pharisees went out and laid plans to trap him in his words.
Not sure.
They sent their disciples to him, along with the Herodians.
Teacher,
They said,
we know you are a man of integrity and that you teach the way of God in accordance with the truth. You are not swayed by men because you pay no attention to who they are.
What about death? I'm
Tell
okay
us
with death.
What is your opinion?
I don't think that
Is
much
it
into
right
it.
to pay taxes to Caesar or not?
but Jesus, knowing their evil intent, said,
I guess it's that.
You hypocrites, why are you trying to trap me?
I don't know.
Show me the coin used for
Being
paying
greedy
the taxes.
works.
They brought him a denarius, and he asked them.
Whose portrait is this and whose inscription?
Caesar!
They replied. Then he said to them,
Give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's.
When they heard this, they were amazed. So they left him and went away. That same day, the Sadducees, who say there is no resurrection, came to him with a question.
Teacher,
They said,
Moses told us that if a man dies without having children, his brother must marry the widow and have children for him. Now, there were 7 brothers among us. The first one married and died. And since he had no children, he left his wife to his brother. The same thing happened to the second and third brother, right on down to the 7th. Finally, the woman died. Now then, at the resurrection, whose wife will she be of the 7, since all of them were married to her?
The fuck is he talking about?
Jesus replied,
You are in error, because you do not know the scriptures or the power of God. At the resurrection,
Did you just call
people will
him an
neither
error?
marry.
22:30. You are wrong because you don't know either the scripture. He did call him an error.
Nor be given in marriage. You will be like the angels in heaven. What about the resurrection of the dead? Have you not read what God said to you? I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. He is not the God of the dead, but of the living.
When the crowds heard this, they were astonished at his teaching.
Because he's bullshitting. He's
Hearing that
rewriting
Jesus had
history.
silenced the Sadducees, the Pharisees got together. One of them, an expert in the law, tested him with this question.
Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law?
Jesus replied,
Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is
the law.
The greatest commandment. Tell me the commandments. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a graven image. You shall not take the name of the Lord in vain. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Honor your father and mother. You murder, no steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet. Well, where is this thing?
Jesus replied,
love the Lord your God with all your heart.
Where? Love your God with all your heart. Comes from Old Testament, found in Torah and Shema. It emphasizes into the exclusive worship of the one true God and the deep, wholehearted love for him. Do not love your neighbor as yourself. Okay, so Deuteronomy, what is the Shema verse part of the commandment? Yes, it's part of the broader command. Right. I guess it is.
And with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment, and the second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments.
While the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them,
What do you think about the Christ? Whose son is he?
The son of David.
What do you think about me?
He said to them,
How is it then that David, speaking by the Spirit, calls him Lord? For he says, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. If then David calls him Lord, how can he be his son?
No one could say a word in reply, and from that day on, no one dared to ask him any more questions. Then
Yeah,
Jesus
that's
said
not
to
part
the
of the
crowds
script,
and
man.
to his disciples,
No one told you to do that shit.
And the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat.
32.
So you must obey them. Do everything they tell you. But do not do what they do, for they do not practice what they preach. They tie up heavy loads and put them on men's shoulders. But they themselves are not willing to lift a finger to move them. Everything they do is done for men to see. They make their phylacteries wide and the tassels on their garments long. They love the place of honor at banquets and the most important seats in the synagogues. They love to be greeted in the marketplaces and to have men call them rabbi. But you are not to be called rabbi, for you have only one master, and you are all brothers. And do not call anyone on earth father, for you have one Father, and he is in heaven. Nor are you to be called teachers, for you have one teacher.
He's just
Christ.
rewriting history at this point.
The greatest among you will be your servant. For whoever exalts himself will be humbled. And whoever humbles himself will be exalted. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You shut the kingdom of heaven in men's faces. You yourselves do not enter, nor will you let those enter who are trying to. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You travel over land and sea to win a single convert. And when he becomes one, you make him twice as much a son of hell as you are.
Woe to you, blind guides! You say if anyone swears by the temple, it means nothing. But if anyone swears by the gold of the temple, he is bound by his oath. You blind fools! Which is greater? The gold or the temple that makes the gold sacred? You also say, if anyone swears by the altar, it means nothing. But if anyone swears by the gift on it, he is bound by his oath. You blind men, which is greater? The gift or the altar that makes the gift sacred? Therefore, he who swears by the altar swears by it and by everything on it. And he who swears by the temple swears by it and by the one who dwells in it. And he who swears by heaven swears by God's throne and by the one who sits on it. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You give 1/10 of your spices, mint, dill, and cumin. But you have neglected the more important matters of the law: justice, mercy, and faithfulness. You should have practiced the latter without neglecting the former. You blind guides! You strain out a gnat, but swallow a camel. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside they are full of greed and self-indulgence. Blind Pharisee! First clean the inside of the cup and dish, and then the outside also will be clean. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You're like whitewashed
so I
tombs,
guess
which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of dead men's bones
Matthew's is saying
and everything unclean.
Jesus
In the same way, on the outside,
is the Son
you appear to people
of
as
God.
righteous, but on the inside,
And I guess in
you're
later
full of
books somebody else says that he is God.
and wickedness. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You build tombs for the prophets and decorate the graves of the righteous. And you say, if we had lived in the days of our forefathers, we would not have taken part with them in shedding the blood of the prophets. So you testify against yourselves that you are the descendants of those who murdered the prophets. Fill up then the measure of the sin of your forefathers. You snakes! You brood of vipers! How will you escape being condemned to hell? Therefore, I am sending you prophets and wise men.
People go to hell all of a sudden. Was hell a thing? Was hell a thing in the Old Testament? Does not directly appear in the Old Testament, so he just made that shit up.
And teachers.
It used to be that you just died, and now
Some
there's
of them
hell.
you were killed and crucified. Others you will flog in your synagogues and pursue from town to town. And so, upon you
Hell or heaven? What do you
will
believe?
come
I
all
don't
the
believe in
righteous
either
blood
one.
that has been shed on earth. From the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah, son of Berechiah, whom you
I don't believe in
murdered
anything, actually.
between the temple and the altar. I tell you the truth. All this will come upon this generation. Oh, Jerusalem. Jerusalem.
Now this. Well, I want to explore the book. Also, you don't have to be religious to be a Jew.
You who killed the prophets and stoned those sent to you. How often I have longed to gather your
Also,
children
I guess I just play along.
as a hen
Right?
gathers her chicks under her wings.
Just act like I believe in God.
Look,
Or just read the book through as if I'm
your
Christian.
house is left to you desolate. For I tell you, you will not see me again until you say, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord."
Why he crying? I'm guessing the next part is that he gets crucified. That's probably why he's crying, right?
Jesus left the temple and was walking away when his disciples came up to him to call his attention to its buildings. "You see all these things?" he asked.
Like, to be fair, heaven and hell was not a thing in the Old Testament.
I tell you the truth.
It's only becoming a thing in the
Not
afterlife
one stone here
in the
will
New
be left
Testament
on
with
another.
Jesus.
Everyone will be thrown down.
I don't know, maybe the book's gonna convince me.
As Jesus was sitting on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately.
Tell us,
They said,
when will this happen? And what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age?
Jesus answered,
Watch out that no one deceives you. For many will come in my name, claiming I am the Christ, and will deceive many. You will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see to it that you are not alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. Nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. There will be famines and earthquakes in various places.
I could have said that shit.
All these are the beginning of birth pains.
Then you will be handed over to be persecuted and put to death.
Who is he?
And you will be hated
his-
by all nations because of me. At that time, many will turn away from the faith
Who's the guy?
and will betray and hate each other. And many false prophets will appear and deceive many people.
Because of the increase of wickedness, the love of most will grow cold. But he who stands firm to the end will be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in the whole world as a testimony to all nations. And then the end will come. So when you see standing in the holy place the abomination that causes desolation spoken of through the prophet Daniel,
"Let the reader understand."
Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let no one on the roof of his house go down to take anything out of the house. Let no one in the field go back to get his cloak.
how dreadful it will be in those days for pregnant women and nursing mothers. Pray that your flight will not take place in winter or on the Sabbath. For then there will be great distress, unequaled from the beginning of the world until now, and never to be equaled again. If those days had not been cut short, no one would survive. But for the sake of the elect, those days will be shortened. At that time,
If anyone says to you, "Look, here is the Christ," or "There he is," do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will appear and perform great signs and miracles to deceive even the elect, if that were possible.
Is he talking about himself?
See, I have told you ahead of time. So if anyone tells you, "There he is out in the desert," do not go out, or "Here he is in the inner rooms." Do not believe it. For as lightning that comes from the east is visible even in the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man.
Wherever there is a carcass, there the vultures will gather. Immediately after the distress of those days, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light. And the stars will fall from the sky, and the heavenly bodies will be shaken.
I don't think
At
any
that
of
time,
these
the
people know
sign
what
of
he's
the Son of
talking
Man
about.
will appear in the sky, and all the nations of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of the sky with power and great glory. And he will send his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of the heavens to the other.
What is he talking about?
Now learn this lesson from the fig tree. As soon as its twigs get tender and its leaves come out, you know that summer is near. Even so, when you see all these things, you know that it is near, right at the door.
What's
I
the
tell
point
you
of
the
all
truth.
this?
This generation
I just listened to
will
24
certainly not
chapters of
pass
this
away
guy speak nonsense.
Until all these things have happened. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away.
No one knows about that day or hour, not even the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. For in the days before the flood, people were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, up to the day Noah entered the ark. And they knew nothing about what would happen until the flood came and took them all away. That is how it will be at the coming of the Son of Man.
Two men will be in the field. One will be taken and the other left. Two women will be grinding with a hand mill. One
When
will
does
be
he
taken
die?
and the other left.
Right there.
Therefore keep watch, because you do not know on what day your Lord will come. But understand this. If the owner of the house had known at what time of night the thief was coming, he would have kept watch and would not have let his house be broken into. So you also must be ready, because the Son of Man will come at an hour when you do not expect him. Who then is the faithful and wise servant, whom the master has put in charge of the servants in his household to give them their food at the proper time? It will be good for that servant whose master finds him doing so when he returns. I tell you the truth, he will put him in charge of all his possessions. But suppose that servant is wicked and says to himself, "My master is staying away a long time." And he then begins to beat his fellow servants and to eat and drink with drunkards. The master of that servant will come on a day when he does not expect him, and at an hour he is not aware of. He will cut him to pieces and assign him a place with the hypocrites, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. At that time, the kingdom of heaven will be like 10 virgins who took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom. And 5 of them were foolish, and 5 were wise.
I feel like he's using jargon.
The foolish ones took their lamps,
I feel like he's using jargon to
but did
sound
not
smart.
take any oil with them. The wise, however, took oil in jars along with their lamps.
This is the
bridegroom
tax
was a long
collector,
time in coming,
right?
and they all became drowsy
Written
and
by
fell
Matthew,
asleep.
the tax collector.
At midnight,
He probably uses
the
a
cry
lot of
rang out,
jargon.
"Here's the bridegroom, come out to meet him." Then all the virgins woke up and trimmed their lamps. The foolish ones said to the wise, "Give us some of your oil, our lamps are going out." "No," they replied, "there may not be enough for both us and you. Instead, go to those who sell oil and buy some for yourselves." But while they were on their way to buy the oil, the bridegroom arrived.
What's the
The
next
virgins
book?
who were ready went in with him to the wedding banquet, and the door
John,
was
I
shut.
think? Mark.
Later, the others also came. "Sir, sir," they said, "open the door for us." But he replied,
I'm gonna compare
"I'll
how
tell
he
you the
sounds like
truth.
in Mark.
I don't know you."
Like, he can't be speaking like this in real life. This has got to be like Mark's interpretation.
Therefore,
Matthew's
keep
interpretation.
watch, because you do not know the day or the hour.
Again, it will be like a man going on a journey who called his servants and entrusted his property to them. To one he gave 5 talents of money, to another 2 talents, and to another 1 talent, each according to his ability. Then he went on his journey. The man who had received the 5 talents went at once and put his money to work and gained 5 more. So also the one with 2 talents gained 2 more. But the man who had received the 1 talent went off, dug a hole in the ground, and hid his master's money.
Wait a minute. Did I mention the fact that tax collectors were hated? Tax collectors were often hated for overtaxing and keeping the difference.
After a long time, the master of those servants returned and settled accounts with them. The man who had received the 5 talents brought the other 5.
Master,
he said.
You entrusted me with 5 talents. See, I have gained 5 more.
His master replied,
Well done, good and faithful servant. You've been faithful with few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness.
The man with the 2 talents also came.
Master,
he said.
You entrusted me with 2 talents. See, I have gained 2 more.
His master replied,
Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness.
Then the man who had received the 1 talent came.
Master,
he said,
I knew that you are a hard man, harvesting where you have not sown and gathering where you have not scattered seed. So I was afraid and went out and hid your talent in the ground. See, here is what belongs to you.
His master replied,
You wicked, lazy servant. So you knew that I harvest where I have not sown, and gather where I have not scattered seed. Well then, you should have put my money on deposit with the banker so that when I returned, I would have received it back with interest. Take the talent from him and give it to the one who has the 10 talents. For everyone who has will be given more. And he will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what he has will be taken from him. And throw that worthless servant outside into the darkness, where there'll be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
When the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the angels with him,
He will sit on his throne in heavenly glory. All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. Then the king will say to those on his right, Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me. Then the righteous will answer him, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you? Or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and go to visit you? The king will reply, I tell you the truth. whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers of mine, you did for me. Then he will say to those on his left, depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat, and I was thirsty, and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes, and you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison, and you did not look after me. They also will answer, Lord, when did we see you hungry, or thirsty, or a stranger, or needing clothes, or sick, or in prison, and did not help you? He will reply, I tell you the truth. Whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me. Then they will go away to eternal punishment, with the righteous to eternal life.
When Jesus had finished saying all these things, he said to his disciples,
As you know, the Passover is 2 days away, and the Son of Man will be handed over to be crucified.
What did he say?
And the Son of Man will be handed over to be crucified. The Passover is 2 days away, and the Son of Man will be handed over to be crucified.
So he knows he's going to be crucified? So he said, I'm going to die.
Then the chief priests and the elders of the people assembled in the palace of the high priest, whose name was Caiaphas. And they plotted to arrest Jesus in some sly way and kill him. And they plotted to arrest Jesus of the high priest. Then the chief priests and the elders of the people assembled in the palace of the high priest, whose name was Caiaphas.
That's not what happened here. It was ordered by the governor. Pilate.
And they plotted to arrest Jesus in some sly way.
What a plan.
And kill him.
But not during the feast,
they said.
Or there may be a riot among the people.
Let me just ask it again. Why did Pilate have Jesus arrested? The Roman governor of Judea had Jesus arrested and ultimately sentenced him to crucify for several reasons, primarily stemming from political, social, and religious tensions. The main factors leading to his arrest and crucifixion under Pilate's authority are outlined below. Accusations of claiming to be the king. One of the primary reasons for Jesus' arrest was the charge of claiming to be the king of Jews. This was seen as a challenge to the Roman authority and the emperor's sovereignty. The title King of Jews could be interpreted as a political claim to the throne, and this could be seen as an act of rebellion or sedition against Roman rule. The religious leaders in Jerusalem, who were uneasy about his growing influence, brought him before Pilate, accusing him of proclaiming himself as the king. Okay, so maybe that's the plot they're talking about. This accusation could be interpreted as a threat to Roman imperial authority, which Pilate would have taken very seriously. And they begin by saying, "We found this man subverting our nation. He opposed payment of our taxes to Caesar and claimed to be Messiah, a king." Religious leaders desire to eliminate Jesus. Okay. So maybe they did plot it and then tell the governor, Pilate, to sentence him to death. Maybe they did.
While Jesus was in Bethany, in the home of a man known as Simon the leper, a woman came to him with an alabaster jar of very expensive perfume, which he poured on his head as he was reclining at the table. When the disciples saw this, they were indignant.
Why this waste?
They asked.
This perfume could have been sold at a high price. And the money given to the poor.
Aware of this, Jesus said to them,
Why are you bothering this woman? She has done a beautiful thing to me. The poor you will always have with you, but you will not always have me. When she poured this perfume on my body, she did it to prepare me for burial. I tell you the truth. Wherever this gospel is preached, throughout the world, what she has done will also be told, in memory of her.
Then one of the 12, the one called Judas Iscariot, went to the chief priests and asked,
What are you willing to give me if I hand him over to you?
So they counted out for him 30 silver coins.
You mean shekels? No, coins. Roman Empire.
From then on, Judas watched for an opportunity to hand him over. On the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the disciples came to Jesus and asked, "Where do you want us to make preparations for you to eat the Passover?" He replied, "Go into the city to a certain man and tell him, 'The teacher says, my appointed time is near. I am going to celebrate the Passover with my disciples at your house.'" So the disciples did as Jesus had directed them and prepared the Passover. When evening came, Jesus was reclining at the table with the 12. And while they were eating, he said,
I tell you the truth, one of you will betray me.
They were very sad and began to say to him, one after the other, "Surely not I, Lord?" Jesus replied,
The one who has dipped his hand into the bowl with me will betray me.
Why can't he just say it? Just say, hey, it's you.
The Son of Man will go, just as it is written about him. But woe to that man who betrays the Son of Man. It would be better for him if he had not been born.
Then Judas, the one who would betray him,
They won't make it
said,
this simple to say.
Surely not I, Rabbi.
You gotta be mysterious.
Jesus answered,
Yes, it is you.
Okay, he said it. finally said it.
While they were eating, Jesus took bread, gave thanks,
Have you imagined shoving the beard like him?
and gave
Not
it to his
really.
disciples, saying,
Take and eat. This is my body.
Shower. How do you take a shower with that? Do you have to shampoo your beard, or do you have to like, use soap?
Then he took the cup, gave thanks, and offered it to them, saying,
Drink
Wait a minute. Sistine Chapel? Is this where it's from? The Last Supper. Is that what it's from? Nah. I don't think any grow on me.
From it, all of you. This is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins.
The Asians don't usually go good with beard. Like, they barely grow.
I tell you, I will not drink of this fruit of the vine from now on until that day when I
Wait a
drink.
minute, when is this? Maybe. Maybe around like 50? Matthew's 26. In Matthew's 26. Is that the Last Supper? Yes, Matthew 26 contains the account of the Last Supper. This is the final meal that Jesus shared with his disciples before his resurrection. Okay, so this is it. This is the Last Supper. When was this made? 1495.
Drink it anew with you in my Father's kingdom.
Wait a minute, let me see. Let me see this shit again. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, so there's 12. What did Leonardo da Vinci use as reference for his painting of the Last Supper? Jesus foresees his betrayal and predicts one of his closest followers turn against him. Locate the Last Supper, located in Convent of Santa Maria del Grazie in Milan, Italy. All the specific details are written down. Here's some key elements: the Bible, his own ideas and creativity, biblical accounts, Renaissance artistic techniques, live models, earlier artist work, symbolism. So he had someone pose this. Alright, so we don't know if that's accurate or not.
When they had sung a hymn, they went out to the Mount of Olives.
Wait a minute. Do we know where exactly he had his last? It is not definitely known. The Bible does not provide precise details. Here are several traditions and theories about location. Where is this? The upper room in Jerusalem. The most widely accepted tradition is that the Last Supper took place in the upper room, also known as cenacle. Let me see. This is where he had his Last Supper. So Da Vinci got it wrong. Man, he was living good. All right. Yeah, he was living good.
Then Jesus told them,
This very night, you will all fall away on account of me, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock will be scattered. But after I have risen, I will go ahead of you into Galilee.
Peter replied,
Even if all fall away on account of you, I never will.
So when he was doing all of this shit, he was getting
answered,
paid.
This very night
He
before
was
the
getting
rooster
paid good, man.
crows,
He's got perfume and
you will
everything.
disown me 3 times.
But Peter declared,
Even if I have to die with you, I will never disown you.
Wait a minute, what are the requirements to use it? What are the requirements for using the upper room in Jerusalem? He had to be rich, right? The upper room in Jerusalem, location of Last Supper, is now housed, referred to as the Cenacle, located in Mount Zion. It is a site of great historical and religious significance of Christians, not only for the Last Supper, but also the requirements. It's not okay, what about during Jesus' time? Was likely not the same physical structure that exists today. The site itself is going to be historic, but it would have looked much different. Okay, so it doesn't look like that. It would have been a simple private space like a house in Jerusalem. It was common for wealthier individuals to have rooms in upper floors of their home. He was still wealthy. So it's less luxurious, but he was still rich as fuck. Gather for private meals, religious events, or meetings. It was a small room, large enough for Jesus and his 12 disciples together. Architecture of Jerusalem had a very simple and functional design. The room might have been rented or provided by a follower. Okay, rented. What is the Last Supper? This one makes sense.
and all the other disciples said the same.
But he rented a room in the upper chamber. What does that mean?
Then
For the
Jesus
Passover meal?
went with his disciples to a place called Gethsemane, and he said to them,
Sit here while I go over there and pray.
He took Peter and the two sons of Zebedee along with him, and he began to be sorrowful and troubled. Then he said to them,
My soul is overwhelmed with sorrow to the point of death. Stay here and keep watch with me.
Going a little farther, he fell with his face to the ground and prayed.
My Father, if it is possible, may this cup be taken from me. Yet not as I will, but as you will.
He cried? Wait. Where does it say he cried? Jesus went to the disciples, a place called Gethsemane. He said to the disciples, "Stay here while I go and pray over there." When he took Peter and Zebedee's 2 sons, he began to feel sad and anxious. He said to them, "I'm very sad. It's as if I'm dying. Stay here and keep alert with me." Then he went a short distance further and fell on his face and prayed, "My Father, if it's possible, take this cup of suffering away from me. However, not what I want, but what you want." He came back to the disciples and found it. So he didn't cry. Maybe it's a different version.
Then he returned to his disciples and found them sleeping.
Could you men not keep watch with me for 1 hour?
He asked Peter.
Watch and pray so that you will not fall into temptation. The spirit is willing, but the body is weak.
He went away a second time and prayed.
My Father, if it is not possible for this cup to be taken away unless I drink it, may your will be done.
When he came back, he again found them sleeping because their eyes were heavy. So he left them and went away once more and prayed the third time, saying the same thing. Then he returned to the disciples and said to them,
Are you still sleeping and resting? Look, the hour is near, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise. Let us go. Here comes my betrayer.
While he was still speaking, Judas, one of the 12, arrived. With him was a large crowd, armed with swords and clubs, sent from the chief priests and the elders of the people. Now the betrayer had arranged a signal with them.
The one I kiss is the man. Arrest him.
as the Roman
Going
soldiers.
at once to Jesus, Judas said,
Greetings, Rabbi.
and kissed him.
Okay.
Jesus replied,
Friend, do what you came for.
Does the rest of the book after Matthew involve a lot of kissing? Involve kissing. The book that follows Matthew in New Testament, Mark, Luke, John, Act, contains various events of teaching, but the specific of kissing appears in several contexts, often related to betrayal or greetings, rather than a central theme. It happens in Luke, Mark, John, Acts of Apostles. Alright, so it happens a few times. I was thinking maybe Matthew was gay. He was just into that shit.
Then the men stepped forward, seized Jesus, and arrested him. With that, one of Jesus' companions reached for his sword, drew it out, and struck the servant of the high priest, cutting off his ear.
Put your sword back in its place!
Jesus said to him,
For all who draw the sword will die by the sword.
Do you think I cannot call on my Father, and he will at once put at my disposal more than 12 legions of angels? But how then would the scriptures be fulfilled that say it must happen in this way?
At that time, Jesus said to the crowd,
Am I leading a rebellion that you come out with swords and clubs to capture me every day? I sat in the temple courts teaching, and you did not arrest me. But this has all taken place that the writings of the prophets might be fulfilled.
Then all the disciples deserted him and fled. Those who had arrested Jesus took him to Caiaphas, the high priest, where the teachers of the law and the elders had assembled. But Peter followed him at a distance, right up to the courtyard of the high priest. He entered and sat down with the guards to see the outcome. The chief priests and the whole Sanhedrin were looking for false evidence against Jesus so that they could put him to death. But they did not find any, though many false witnesses came forward. Finally, 2 came forward and declared,
And this fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God and rebuild it in 3 days.
Then the high priest stood up and said to Jesus,
Are you not going to answer? What is this testimony that these men are bringing against you?
But Jesus remained silent. The high priest said to him,
I charge you under oath by the living God. Tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of God.
Yes, it is as you say.
Jesus replied,
But I say to all of you, in the future you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the Mighty One, and coming on the clouds of heaven.
Then the high priest tore his clothes and said,
He has spoken blasphemy. Why do we need any more witnesses? Look, now you have heard the blasphemy. What do you think?
He's worthy of death.
They answered. Then they spit in his face and struck him with their fists. Others slapped him and said,
"Prophesy to us, Christ. Who hit you?"
Now Peter was sitting out in the courtyard, and a servant girl came to him.
You also were with Jesus of Galilee,
She said. But he denied it before them all.
I don't know what you're talking about,
he said. Then he went out to the gateway, where another girl saw him, and said to the people there,
This fellow was with Jesus of Nazareth.
He denied it again with an oath.
I don't know the man.
After a little while, those standing there went up to Peter and said,
Surely you are one of them, for your accent gives you away.
Then he began to call down curses on himself, and he swore to them.
I don't know the man!
Immediately, a rooster crowed. Then Peter remembered the word Jesus had spoken. Before the rooster crows, you will disown me 3 times. And he went outside and wept bitterly. Early in the morning, all the chief priests and the elders of the people came to the decision to put Jesus to death. They bound him, led him away, and handed him over to Pilate, the governor. When Judas, who had betrayed him, saw that Jesus was condemned, he was seized with remorse and returned the 30 silver coins to the chief priests and the elders.
I have sinned,
he said.
For I have betrayed innocent blood.
What is that to us?
They replied.
Oh, wait a minute. Did Moses say something about this? What did Torah say about false testimony? Addresses false testimony is explicitly prohibited. There are several specific guidelines on how it should be dealt with. So what they're supposed to do. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. This commandment explicitly forbids lying or giving false testimony about another person. The importance of truth in legal matters and in relationships with people. Okay, so what do? Do not join hands with the wicked to be malicious witness. You shall not follow a majority in his wrongdoing, nor shall you testify in a lawsuit. Okay, so what do? Is akin to slander, harms reputation and well-being of others, emphasize duty to stand up for justice. Okay, so what do? Punishment. If a false witness rises against any man to accuse him of wrongdoing, then both the men who have dispute shall stand before the Lord, before the priests and the judges who are in office in those days. The judges shall investigate thoroughly, and if the witness is a false witness, and he has accused of his brother falsely, then you shall do to him just as he had intended to do to his brother. Thus you shall purge the evil from among you. The passage provides the consequences in legal cases for caught giving false testimony. They are to be punished in the same way intended for the accused to be. Okay, so what's supposed to happen is that he should also be with Jesus Christ. He should be on the crucifixion board, right?
That's your responsibility.
So Judas threw the money into the
7
temple
hours?
and left.
It is 7
then
hours.
he went away and hanged himself. The chief priests
He hanged
picked
himself,
up the
so we're never
coins
gonna
and said,
know.
"It is against the law to put this into the treasury since it is blood money." So they decided to use the money to buy the Potter's Field as a burial place for foreigners. That is why it has been called the Field of Blood
4
to this
hours.
day.
I gotta sleep soon.
And what was
We're almost
spoken
done with
by
the movie,
Jeremiah
too, so.
the prophet was fulfilled.
Got like 20 minutes left.
They took the 30 silver coins, the price set on him
I'm just
by
gonna finish the
people of
movie
Israel,
and maybe watch a
and
summary
they
of what
used them to buy the Potter's Field
Mark?
as the Lord commanded me.
Yeah, I'll watch a quick summary of Mark once this movie ends.
Meanwhile, Jesus stood before the governor, and the governor asked him,
Are you the king of the Jews?
Yes, it is as you say.
Jesus replied,
I don't
When
think
he was
is,
accused
man.
by the chief priests and the elders, he gave no answer.
So this is
When he was accused by the chief priests and the elders,
chief priest. Isn't that... Isn't that Pilate?
he gave no answer. Then Pilate asked him,
Pilate, there
Don't
he
you
is.
hear the testimony they are bringing against you?
That is
But
Pilate.
Jesus made no reply, not even to a single charge, to the great amazement of the governor. Now it was the governor's custom at the feast to release a prisoner chosen by the crowd. At that time, they had a notorious prisoner called Barabbas.
Okay, so Jesus, Pilate, Pilate orders crucifixion of Jesus for claiming to be the King of Jews. It's a political threat. He is a political threat to the Roman Empire. The disciple, whatever his name is, bears false testimony, which means he will be crucified along with Jesus. Is it false testimony? Wait. Did one of the disciples bear false testimony? The guy that killed himself before the crucifixion. Yes, you're referring to Judas. So it's Judas. Judas the disciple bears false testimony, which means he will be crucified along with Jesus. He kills himself before that could happen. Maybe he was scared? Maybe he was. In a legal sense, like lying under oath, his betrayal was an act of deceit and misrepresentation. He misled the authorities by identifying Jesus with a kiss and turning him over. False testimony being brought against Jesus. But Judas himself, oh, never mind. Never mind. So that part is useless.
So when the crowd had gathered, Pilate asked them,
Which one do you want me to release to you? Barabbas or Jesus, who is called Christ?
For he knew it was out of envy that they had handed Jesus over to him. While Pilate was sitting on the judge's seat, his wife sent him this message.
Don't have anything to do with that innocent man, for I have suffered a great deal today in a dream because of him.
But the chief priests and the elders persuaded the crowd to ask for Barabbas and to have Jesus executed.
What the fuck is Barabbas? It's a figure mentioned in the New Testament, especially the events surrounding the trial and crucifixion. He is described as a prisoner who was chosen by the people to be released. By the Roman governor Pontius Pilate instead of Jesus in accordance to Passover custom. He is referred to as a criminal with some accounts. He is physically described as a rebel insurrectionist who had been involved in violent acts against Roman authorities. He is often associated with murder and rebellion. In Mark, he is described as being in prison for participating in rebellion. In Luke, he's also associated with murder, thrown into prison for insurrection in the city. So they're all saying the same thing. All the books are saying the same thing. Matthews, which of the two do you want me to release to you? Asked the governor. Barabbas, they answered. Is significant in the narrative as it highlights rejection of Jesus by the crowd and substitution of a criminal for Jesus who was innocent. Barabbas' release is often viewed as a dramatic allusion of the rejection of the Messiah by the people. In Christian theology, the moment is often interpreted as symbolically Jesus, the innocent one, takes place of Barabbas, the guilty one. Okay. So he's a criminal.
Which of the
insurrectionist.
two do you want me to release to you?
Asked the governor. They answered.
What shall I do then with Jesus, who is called Christ?
Pilate asked. They all answered.
Hold up. Is this a real person? Does other historical records mention Barabbas? Like the one by Josephus? Josephus' history book. There are no historical records outside the New Testament. Okay. But I'm assuming he's a real person, though. Just not significant enough.
What crime has he committed?
Asked Pilate. But they shouted all the louder.
I can't hear it. What are they saying? 27. What are they saying here? Crucify him? They're just saying crucify him.
When Pilate saw that he was getting nowhere, but that instead an uproar was starting, he took water and washed his hands in front of the crowd.
I am innocent of this man's blood,
he said.
It is your responsibility.
All the people answered,
Let his blood be on us and
You
on
kind of
our
want to wash your
children.
hands after, though. Why would you wash your hands before?
Then he
Hold up, let me
released.
see. Did the Romans have a thing, a custom, a thing where they washed their hands before they executed someone publicly to show they were innocent? Is that a thing? Yes, there was an act of washing hands to show innocence before public execution in historical plays. It is famously associated with Pontius Pilate in the New Testament. It is not widespread across all Roman executions, but Pilate's hand washing. Okay, what about outside the Bible? Outside the Bible, there are no direct historical records account that explicitly describe the practice of washing hands as a standard Roman procedure to declare innocence, similar to the action attributed to Pilate. However, active washing hands to show innocence or to distance oneself from guilt was not entirely unknown in the broader ancient world, including Roman society, although it was not commonly associated with execution in Roman law. This might be bullshit then.
Barabbas to them.
The washing hands part might be bullshit.
But he had Jesus flogged and handed him over to be crucified. Then the governor's soldiers took Jesus into the praetorium and gathered the whole company of soldiers around him. They stripped him and put a scarlet robe on him, and then twisted together a crown of thorns and set it on his head. They put a staff in his right hand and knelt in front of him.
There's a lot of anomalies. Like, historical records doesn't match up with whatever Matthew's
took
saying.
the staff and struck him on the head again and again. After they
So
had
I feel like Matthew
took
might be
off the
bullshitting
robe
here
and put his
somewhere.
own clothes on him. Then they led him away to crucify him. As they were going out, they met a man from Cyrene named Simon, and they forced him to carry the cross. They came to a place called Golgotha, which means the place of the skull. There they offered Jesus wine to drink mixed with gall. But after tasting it, he refused to drink it.
So the Jews didn't like him. It's not Pilate. Could be a mix of both. Ouch, man.
When they had crucified him, they divided up his clothes by casting lots. And sitting down, they kept watch over him there.
Are the Romans gone?
Above
Where are
his
the people
head,
watching
they
him?
placed the written charge against him. This is Jesus, the King of the Jews. 2 robbers were crucified with him, one on his right and one on his left. Those who passed by hurled insults at him, shaking their heads and saying,
You! We're going to destroy the temple and build it in 3 days. Save yourself. Come down from the cross, if you are the Son of God.
The same way the chief priests, teachers of the law, and the elders mocked him.
Saved others.
They said,
But he can't save himself. He's the king of Israel. Let him come down now from the cross, and we will believe in him. He trusts in God. Let God rescue him if he wants him. For he said, I am the Son of God.
Yeah, I would think so too. He hasn't done jack shit.
in the same way the robbers who were crucified with
Like,
him
you gotta
also
prove it,
heaped
man.
insults.
Show us some miracles.
From the 6th hour until the 9th hour, darkness came over all the land. A
About the 9th hour, Jesus cried out in a loud voice,
Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani.
which means...
What? 2746. Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani.
My God, why have you forsaken me? And some of those standing there heard this. They said, he's calling Elijah.
So he's still alive so far.
Immediately, one of them ran and got a sponge, filled it with wine vinegar, put it on a stick, and offered it to Jesus to drink. But the rest said, I'll leave him alone. Let's see if Elijah comes to save him.
So he's still alive after 9 hours. It takes about like 6 hours to a few days for them to completely die.
When Jesus had cried out again in a loud voice, he gave up his spirit. At that moment, the curtain of the temple was torn in two.
How many other books mention in the New Testament mention Jesus being crucified? All 4 Gospels, which are the primary source for this event. Gospels are... Holy shit, man. ChatGPT. What the fuck, man? Where am I? Matthew, okay. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. That's the 4 Gospels. What about... Which of them mention Jesus coming back to life? So these 4 Gospels are retelling the same story, right? It's mentioned in multiple books in the New Testament. The accounts are found in Gospels. All 4 Gospels mention the resurrection of Jesus. Including Mary Magdalene, Joanna, Mary the mother of James. Right there. Young man tells them that Jesus has risen, is no longer in the tomb. John's Gospel provides a detailed narrative of Mary Magdalene discovering the empty tomb, encountering 2 angels, and meeting the risen Jesus, though she initially does not recognize him. After recognizing him, she is instructed to tell the disciples. Later, Jesus appears to his disciples in the upper room and shows his rules to prove his resurrection. Other New Testament books. Acts recounts Peter's sermon on the day of the Pentecost, where he affirms the resurrection of Jesus, stating that God raised him from the dead. Peter refers to Psalm 16 and explains that David's words about not letting his soul see decay were ultimately prophecy pointing to Jesus' resurrection. In the early church, the apostles testify to the resurrection of Jesus, and a great grace is upon them. Romans, Paul teaches that through baptism, Christians identify with Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection. Speaks of the resurrection as a victory over sin and death, emphasizing Jesus was raised by God's glory. With this empty tomb. The risen Jesus appears to the woman, tells them not to be afraid, and strong. Okay, what year is this? About 33 CE. but is written in 70 to 110. Okay, so when or the rest of the Gospels written? How many years? About 30 to 70. Gospel of Matthew, around 70 to 90. Gospel of Mark, around 65 to 70 CE. Luke, 80 to 90 CE. Yeah, I feel a little tired. The Gospel of John is 90. 200 CE. So I'm assuming that Matthew was the first one to write the book. I better finish this thing and just sleep.
Top to bottom. The earth shook and the rocks split. The tombs broke open, and the bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life. They came out of the tombs, and after Jesus' resurrection, they went into the holy city and appeared to many people. When the centurion and those with him who were guarding Jesus saw the earthquake and all that had happened, they were terrified and exclaimed, "Surely he was the Son of God." Many women were there, watching from a distance. They had followed Jesus from Galilee to care for his needs. Among them were Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James and Joseph, and the mother of Zebedee's sons. As evening approached, there came a rich man from Arimathea named Joseph, who had himself become a disciple of Jesus. Going to Pilate, he asked for Jesus' body, and Pilate ordered that it be given to him. Joseph took the body, wrapped it in a clean linen cloth, and placed it in his own new tomb that he had cut out of the rock. He rolled a big stone in front of the entrance to the tomb and went away. Mary Magdalene and the other Mary were sitting there opposite the tomb. The next day, the one after Preparation Day, the chief priests and the Pharisees went to Pilate.
"Sir," they said, "we remember that while he was still alive, that deceiver said, 'After 3 days I will rise again.' So give the order for the tomb to be made secure until the 3rd day. Otherwise his disciples may come and steal the body and tell the people that he's been raised from the dead. This last deception will be worse than the first."
When have you last cried? I'm not sure.
Take a guard,
Pilate answered.
I guess from eating spicy food?
Go make the tomb as secure as you know how.
I think it was an anime.
So they went and made the tomb secure by putting a seal on the stone and posting a guard. After the Sabbath, at dawn on the first day of the week, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary went to look at the tomb.
I also cried when Ace died in One Piece. Well, kind of.
There was a violent earthquake, for an
Other than
angel
that,
of
I'm
the
not sure.
Lord
I
came
forgot.
down from heaven, and
I
going
think
to the
that's it.
tomb, rolled back
I don't
the
cry that
stone
often.
and sat on it.
Any emotional scenes? Ace's death.
His appearance was like lightning, and his clothes were white as snow. The guards were so afraid of him, they shook and became like dead men. The angel said to the women, "Do not be afraid, for I know that you are looking for Jesus, who was crucified. He is not here. He has risen, just as he said. Come and see the place where he lay. Then go quickly and tell his disciples, he has risen from the dead and is going ahead of you into Galilee. There you will see him. Now I have told you.
So the women hurried away from the tomb, afraid, yet filled with joy, and ran to tell his disciples. Suddenly, Jesus met them.
Greetings,
he said. They came to him, clasped his feet, and worshipped him. Then Jesus said to them,
Do not be afraid.
When it comes to storytelling, it's like a 6. There's not much of a story, it's just Jesus talking. Like his performance
Go
is
and tell
like
my
a 7.
brothers to go to Galilee.
Like it's not horrible.
There they will see me.
Like it's believable, but like you can still believe they're acting, right?
While the women were on their way, some of the guards went into the city and reported to the chief priests
Yeah, overall I'd
everything
give
that
it
had
like a
happened.
6.5.
When the chief priests had met with the elders and devised a plan, they gave the soldiers a large sum of money, telling them,
You are to say, his disciples came during the night and stole him away while we were asleep. If this report gets to the governor, we will satisfy him and keep you out of trouble.
So the soldiers took the money and did as they were instructed. And this story has been widely circulated among the Jews to this very day. Then the 11 disciples went to Galilee, to the mountain where Jesus had told them to go. When they saw him, they worshipped him, but some doubted.
Would I like to? I
Then
don't
Jesus
think so.
came to them and
I
said,
think they should
All
spend that money
authority
somewhere else.
in heaven and on earth has been given to me.
But I don't know. I wouldn't spend that on this part.
Therefore, go and make disciples.
I'd probably
of
spend
all
it on the Old
nations,
Testament somewhere.
baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. And surely I am with you always, to the very end of the age.
Wait, that's the end of Jesus? So when does he die for the second time? When does Jesus Christ, or what happens to Jesus 3 days after dying? He resurrects. Goes to tomb. They find a stone rolled away, and an angel informs them that Jesus has risen. He appears to be alive. They all say the same thing, that he lived. So does he do anything after being resurrected? Yes. Describe several key actions and events during the period before his ascension into heaven. Here's a summary. Appearance to his disciples, appears to his followers multiple times over a span of 40 days. These appearances are meant to confirm that he is alive and to reassure. Notable appearances. Jesus appears to Mary Magdalene outside the tomb. On the road to Emmaus. 2 disciples walking to Emmaus. Jesus appears to them, but they did not recognize. So, what exactly Like, what impact does he have? He didn't do jack shit. He didn't rebuild the temple. He was never the king. He just says, hey, I'm back. And then he dies again? Any Chinese ancient stories? I do know a little bit of Wukong from The Journey to the West. Like, I heard about it. Yeah, the monkey. Yeah, I don't know, he was born in the boulder, some lightning stroke. I forgot most of it, though. Jesus teaches his disciples about fulfilling the scriptures. He opens the... Also gives him command. Yeah. Black Knight Wukong. I don't think I'll play it, though. It's like another boss rush game, right? The Great Commission appears to... on a mountain in Glalie. Wait, where does this leave off? 2820. Is that the end of the book? I guess so. Make disciples of all nations, baptize them in the name. It has a good story. I'll just read the book at that point, if you're here for the story. Appears more than 500 people. Jesus writes that more than 500 people at once after his resurrection. This event not detailed in Gospels, but is an important testimony to the widespread recognition of Jesus' resurrection. Restores Peter. Personal conversation with Peter, restoring him after his denial. Jesus asks Peter 3 times if he loves him, during the 3 times Peter denied him. Reinstates Peter and commissions him to feed my sheep. Promises the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit to his disciples. Ascension into heaven. 40 days, Jesus leads his disciples to Bethany and is taken up into heaven in their presence. The event is known as the Ascension. Jesus promises that he will return in the same way he ascended and instructs his disciples to wait. Jesus ascends, 2 angels appears, so he just dies again. That's it? Like, no military conquest, no return of the temple? No, the temple gets destroyed like 30 years after his death. So what the fuck's the point? He dies, and then the world blows up. Is that like the end? The coming of the end? How many pages of book? I usually read audiobooks. So I'd say like 50 pages? I'm not sure. But like, this is technically a book, right? The movie? Did Jesus say something about the coming of the end? Yes, spoke about the coming of end times, end of the world, and the coming of God's kingdom. In several passages throughout the gospel teachings refer to Jesus' ecclesial discourse, judgment, tribulation, parables of the kingdom. Here are some key passages. The Olivet Discourse. Jesus talks about a sign coming of the Son of Man. So he made no significance. He just dies like that? He dies, and then Jerusalem collapses. Like, what does that mean? Alright, summary of Luke. How does the Gospel of Luke? Mark? No, it's Mark. Summary. Also, did the Gospel books were the Gospel books written with each other, or did they all write separately? Were written separately by different authors, but there is evidence that some of them influenced by each other, particularly the first three books, known as Synoptic Gospels. They share many similarities, content, order, phrasing, which suggests some degree of interdependence or common sources. Here's an overview. So how the fuck do I believe in? Mark is often considered the earliest gospel, or around 65 to 70 CE. Matthew, 80 to 90. All right, so we got the year. Both believed to have Mark as source, since a significant portion of their content overlaps with Mark's gospel, sometimes word for word. Word for word. Q source, QBL. QL, Q source. In addition to Mark, both Matthew and Luke are believed to have access to the same common source of saying of Jesus, often referred to as the Q source, a hypothetical written collection of Jesus' sayings. This explains the shared material in Matthew and Luke that is not found in Mark. Unique material. Both Matthew and Luke also contain unique material not found in Mark with each other. Matthew includes Sermon on the Mount and the Nativity narrative with Visit of Wise Men, while Luke includes Sermon of Plain. Alright, see ya. The parable of the Good Samaritan and the Nativity Visit of Shepherds. Gospel of John is quite distinct. In terms of style, structure, and content, it is likely written around 90 to 110 CE. It has more theological, reflective tone. Key differences. It includes many events and teachings that are not found in synoptics, such as wedding at Cana, Jesus' conversation with Nicodemus, and the I Am sings. He emphasized the divinity of Jesus as a cause of eternal life more than the timeline. Difference from the timeline of Jesus' ministry, old-fashioned narrative. The Gospels write together. They're written separately by different authors. However, there is evidence of interdependence, especially between Mark, Matthew, Luke. Scholars propose a two-source hypothesis where Mark was the first gospel written, and Matthew and Luke and Mark used common sayings source to write their own gospels. John is an independent work, though some of his content's ideas overlap with synoptics, suggesting a shared tradition of oral story. So I gotta get into John. Mark, Luke, and Matthew, that's the same source. And then John is the unique perspective that I gotta get into. I'll still read the summary though.
The Gospel according to Mark is one of the first accounts of the life of Jesus, and our earliest historical traditions link this book to a Christian scribe named Mark, or John Mark. He was a co-worker with Paul and a close partner with Peter. And in fact, an ancient church historian named Papias, he recalls that Mark had collected all of the eyewitness accounts and memories of Peter and then shaped them into this account. But Mark didn't just randomly throw the pieces together. He's carefully designed this story of Jesus. In the first line of the book, Mark makes this claim about Jesus. It's the beginning of the good news about Jesus, the Messiah, the Son of God. Now, what's interesting is that this is the only time Mark is going to tell you what he thinks. For the rest of the book, he's going to influence you by simply putting Jesus' actions and words in front of you and showing you how other people react to him. Now, Mark's designed the story of Jesus as a drama with 3 acts. The first one set in Galilee, the third one is set in Jerusalem, and the second act shows Jesus on the way from one place to the other. And each of the acts focuses on a repeated theme. So in Act 1, everybody's blown away by Jesus, and they're wondering, who is this Jesus? In Act 2, it's the disciples who are struggling to understand what it means for Jesus to be the Messiah. And then in Act 3, we watch the surprising paradox of how Jesus becomes the Messianic king. Let's just dive in and you'll see how it unfolds. After the opening line, Mark begins with a quotation from the ancient prophets Isaiah and Malachi, who said that God would send a messenger to Israel to prepare them for when God would show up himself to rescue his people and become their king. And Mark introduces John the Baptist as that messenger, and then right when you expect God to show up personally, Mark introduces Jesus. And as he comes on to
That's
the
the
scene,
same
heavens
with Matthew
open,
so far.
God's Spirit descends on Jesus, and God says, "You are my beloved Son." After this, Mark places in front of us a summary of Jesus' core message. He went about Galilee announcing the good news that God's kingdom has come near. Jesus is carrying forward the story from the Old Testament scriptures about God's rescue operation for his world. Through Jesus, God is restoring his reign over the world by confronting and defeating evil and its hold on people's lives, and then by inviting them to live under his reign by following Jesus. From here, Mark's given us a big block of stories showing us Jesus' power as he brings God's kingdom. He goes about healing people whose bodies are sick or broken or under the oppression of dark spiritual powers. And Jesus even does something that for Jewish people only God has the right to do. He forgives people's sins. And Jesus' actions here produce lots of different responses. So some people follow him and become his disciples. Other people don't know what to think, and still others reject him completely, especially Israel's leaders who accuse him of blaspheming God and being empowered by evil. But Jesus isn't surprised by these responses. In fact, he draws attention to it. In chapter 4, Mark has collected many of Jesus' parables about the hidden, mysterious nature of God's kingdom. And Jesus says that his message is like seed falling on different types of soil. Some are receptive, some are not. Or it's like a mustard seed that's very tiny. It seems insignificant, but then it grows huge and surprises everyone. Jesus' point is that he really is the Messiah, bringing God's kingdom, but it doesn't look like what anybody expected. And this growing confusion about Jesus among the crowds is connected to a key idea Mark emphasizes at the end of Act 1, that even among Jesus' disciples there's confusion. Even they are struggling to grasp who Jesus really is, and that brings us to Act 2. It begins with a crucial conversation. Jesus takes the disciples aside and he asks, "Who do you all say that I am?" And Peter speaks up, saying, "You're the Messiah." But it becomes clear that for Peter, this means that Jesus is a victorious military king from the line of David who will rescue Israel from the Romans. But for Jesus to be the Messiah means that he's the suffering servant king of Isaiah 53, who will bring God's rule by giving up his life in Jerusalem. The disciples, they don't get it. They think following King Jesus is going to mean fame and status and importance.
Matthew says
and
Jesus is the Son of God.
Clear that following him is
Mark
actually
says
like
Jesus is the Messiah.
Like carrying your own cross. It means rejecting violence and pride and selfishness and giving one's life out for others in acts of service and love. He has the same conversation with them 2 more times, and it all culminates in Jesus' important statement that the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to become a servant and give his life as a ransom for many. The disciples still don't get it. They respond in confusion and fear. And so here in Act 2, Mark has placed another key story that echoes the book's introduction. Jesus takes 3 of his disciples up to a mountain, and he's suddenly transformed. He's radiating with light and glory, and a cloud envelops them. Now, this is just like the glory of the God of Israel that showed up long ago on Mount Sinai. And then the 2 prophets who stood in God's presence on Mount Sinai, Moses and Elijah, they appeared next to Jesus as God announces again, "This is my beloved Son." Now, by placing this story in the middle of all these conversations in Act 2, Mark is making an astounding claim that Jesus, God's Son, is the physical embodiment of God's own glory. And in Jesus, the glorious God of Israel is going to become king by suffering and dying for the sins of his own people. It's a puzzling claim that confuses and scares the disciples as they leave the mountain. Which brings us to Act 3. Jesus makes a very public royal entry into Jerusalem for Passover. People are
these are
hailing
all
him as the
different
Messiah.
versions
Then he
of
enters into the
Jesus's-
temple courtyard and he asserts his royal authority by running out the thieves and crooks and stopping the sacrificial system. Then this kicks off a whole week of Jesus debating and confronting the leaders of Israel, condemning their hypocrisy, and so they set in motion a plan to have him killed. And Jesus warns his disciples, predicting that Jerusalem and its temple will be destroyed within a generation, and his disciples will be persecuted just
Yeah, because you
like
fucking wrote the
him,
book afterwards.
until he returns one day to bring
So of
God's
course you'd
kingdom
know.
fully over the world. And it all leads up to the final night. Jesus has his last Passover meal with the disciples, a symbolic meal
That's
that
when it
told
fell.
the story of Israel's liberation from slavery through the death of the Passover lamb. And Jesus takes these symbols and he gives them new meaning. They point to the liberation from sin and death that will happen through the death of the suffering servant Messiah. From here, the story rushes forward to Jesus' arrest, his trial before
If you
Israel's
told me something that
priests,
would have
and Roman
happened
governor
after
Pilate,
it was
all
written,
resulting
then I'd
in
believe
Jesus'
you.
crucifixion.
But you wrote the book
And it
after
culminates
everything
in a key
happened,
scene
and then you
that
wrote
matches
and then
the
you wrote about
important
it.
scenes from Acts 1 and 2. Except this time, it's darkness that descends, not a cloud. And instead of the divine voice from heaven, it's Jesus' voice crying out before he dies. And then most surprising is that it's a Roman soldier who sees Jesus die, who grasps and then announces who Jesus is. This man was the Son of God. He's the first person in the story to recognize the story's shocking claim about Jesus' identity, that it's the crucified Son of God who's the Messiah, Jesus of
What makes you
Nazareth,
think that?
who died for his friends and for his enemies. After this, Jesus' body is placed in a tomb, and on the first day of the new week, 2 women from his disciples come to the tomb, and they discover that the tomb is empty. The stone's rolled away. And an angelic man informs them that Jesus isn't here, that he's risen from the dead. And so he orders them to go and tell this good news to the other disciples, that Jesus is alive, that he'll meet them back up in Galilee. And the women, they're freaked out. Mark says that they fled from the tomb in terror, telling no one, for they were afraid. And that's how the book ends, with Jesus' disciples showing the same kind of fear and confusion that concluded Acts 2 and 1. Now, if you look in your Bible, you'll see that the Gospel of Mark has more to its ending, where Jesus appears, he speaks to his disciples, but there's also a note there telling you that that ending is not part of the original book, that it's only found in later, less reliable manuscripts. Now, it's possible that the original ending got lost, or that Mark actually never finished writing his account,
Ending
but it's
of
more
Mark.
likely that this abrupt ending is intentional to make a point. The entire
Part
story has
where
focused on the shocking claim that puzzled Jesus' disciples from beginning
goes
to end. That it's
to
the
talk
suffering, crucified,
to
and risen
people
Jesus
after
who's the Messiah, the Son of God.
resurrection
That God's love and
is not
upside-down kingdom were revealed as Jesus
original.
died for the sins of the world. And so this story ends
not
without
found
closure, and it forces you, the
original.
reader, to grapple with this very strange and scandalous claim about Jesus. And are you going to run away like the disciples? Or are you going to recognize Jesus as your king and go and tell the good news? And only you can answer that question.
Okay, so we still don't know if he lived or not. I'm out of here. Bye.